Ladies and gentlemen, we're joining you live from the campus of Howard University, the Mecca. Behind us is the yard. This is the night when Kamala Harris returns to her alma mater to hopefully make her victory speech. And we're watching very, very closely. Glad you can join us. We are here with the Reverend Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis Jr., the president of the NNPA, of course. And we also, Dr. Chavis is going to get started with a special guest because we already anticipating and looking at everything that's coming through here. Aaron Hayes, editor at large of the 19th. Hey, Aaron.
Good
Rev, it's so good to be with you. Ben, it's so good to be with you too. Yeah, what a night.
Yes, historic night.
Historic night, already historic, but yet more history that could be made. Yeah,
Absolutely.
How does it feel? I mean, it's significant to be up here even on this campus for something like this. Never happened before.
absolutely. I mean, the spotlight literally being on historically Black colleges, Howard University, certainly top among them in the country, right? And so thinking about the significance of HBCUs in this moment, the significance of the Divine Nine community in this moment, should she be victorious in her bid to be president, I think you have to give credit to the Divine Nine organizations that we know were marshaling their resources, turning people out, organizing, fundraising, getting people to the polls to help her get potentially across the finish line tonight. It cannot be overstated, just the impact that they have had in this really truncated campaign that she has run.
This is really about what women will do today, particularly white women, isn't it? If they do what they didn't do in 2016, she should be over, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I said going into this election, even before Kamala Harris was at the top of the ticket, that gender was going to be on the ballot and abortion was going to be on the ballot. We have seen since the Supreme Court ended the federal protections for abortions with the Dobbs decision, women have been furious about that decision, and they have been making their voices heard, making that anger heard at the ballot box. When abortion was literally on the ballot with those abortion referendums, they weighed in and they, rejected any restrictions that were being put on abortion. And now you see this year women just really responding to the vice president's message around freedom, what they see as an erosion of their rights, right? I mean, just the idea in a democracy that we are having a conversation about women potentially having to be reminded that their votes are their individual choice and their private business, right? We vote by secret ballot. You don't have to tell anybody how you voted. But the idea that some women in this country felt like they were in a position where they could not even be honest about how they were voting in their own household just tells you just how gendered this election has been. I mean, I literally wrote in my final election column that the 19th Amendment is on the ballot this year. This election was built for the 19th Amendment, the amendment that gave white women the right to vote, where Black women, other women of color had to fight decades for their full access to the franchise with the Voting Rights Act of 1965. But this is an election where the 19th Amendment can be made, the promise of that amendment can be made real, really, because you have women who are more than half the American electorate making their voices heard in this election.
Yeah. And Aaron, you've been prolific even in terms of your journalism, where it regards how she's been covered and how she's been treated in this election. We've seen a lot of misogynoir, haven't we?
Absolutely. I mean, well, listen, even, going back to 2020, when you think about how sexism and racism played a role, this was the only Black woman that was in the race in 2020, and yet she was out of that race before a single voter got to cast their ballot, largely because of this country's political imagination or lack thereof, right? Say whatever you want to say about the kind of candidate that she was, how crowded the field was, but the fact of the matter is those were things that were holding her back in the imagination of the American people. Fast forward, though, to the beef steaks, right? When President Biden, then candidate Biden, says he's going to pick a woman to be on the ballot, her race, her gender were among her biggest assets when he ended up choosing her. And obviously also he ends up saying that she's the most qualified person to fill that role. But because she is this historic figure in this role that historically we don't really pay attention to very much as the media, the country did not really see her being that understudy to the president, really learning how to do this job in real time over the last 3.5 years. bringing us to this moment where you are seeing a candidate that seems fully capable, fully qualified, right, to step into this moment and compete in 107 days, which is a record.
Yeah, this is incredible. And I heard someone say earlier today, every foreign policy meeting the president was in, she was in.
Yeah.
Read in on everything. So she is qualified.
Yeah, Mark, I just want to give a shout out to Black women. Black women started this momentum.
Right. That's right.
I mean, we can talk about today, tonight, but months ago, Black women stepped up to the plate. Years ago. Yeah. And so we celebrate that. And Aaron, thank you so much for your work. I just think that tonight is not only going to be a night for Black America, for women in America. The whole world is watching.
Absolutely.
And I got to give a shout out to my alma mater, and I'm a Howard graduate. HU?
You know.
All right, you know. Okay.
The whole world knows tonight, right?
Yeah. And it also, it was very natural to be just everybody who was talking all that stuff about she's not really Black ought to be ashamed of themselves. Ain't nobody but a Black person who's going to say, I want to do my victory speech, my election night speech on my alma mater, which is an HBCU. You can't get no blacker than that, Aaron.
Can't get any blacker than that. And I mean, look, I think that the vice president was right to really kind of ignore that that kind of talk, to dismiss that kind of talk. She shows up as a Black woman, right? As she doesn't have anything to prove to the former president or anybody else in terms of what her identity is. She knows who she is, and she has spent the last 4 months trying to introduce herself to the American people, and they know who she is.
Yeah. No, this is an incredible moment. Yeah, well, come on. What you doing? Folk walking past and carrying on, act like, do I really want you?
It's phenomenal.
Oh my gosh.
It's phenomenal, April Ryan. Hey, April.
Sir, how are you?
Good to see you.
Great to see you.
We got the dream team here.
Oh my gosh. I just came out to get air because it's hot.
And now you're up here.
I know. Oh goodness. Hi, my friend.
How are you? See you on TV?
Hi, TD.
April Ryan, how's it going? How you feel about today?
It's bigger than any word can describe. I feel seen, not as just a regular person, but I feel seen as an HBCUer. I feel seen as a member of the Divine Nine. Right. I feel seen in the backdrop of this beautiful HBCU, historically Black College and University, the first federally funded HBCU. And it's gonna make people pause, mainstream America pause, to understand that there's a different dynamic out there. We have to, as journalists, we have to learn everything about them. It's now time for them to flip the script. They're going to have to learn. And I'll tell you, when I was in Milwaukee, and this is why this moment is so important for me. I was in Milwaukee when I did that interview with the president. One of my reporter friends, who shall remain nameless, the SEIU, SECIU? Yeah, the union. SEIU, yeah.
Strong union.
Yes, a strong union. We all know they're a union. They came to me and said, is that a fraternity or sorority? I said, no, darling, that's a union. That's a good union. So this is a moment where you cannot negate Black culture, the Black experience, and the understanding that Black America has in this nation.
And also, I mean, let me just say too, I mean, April, you know this, like Black journalists being uniquely positioned to cover an unprecedented campaign where you have identity not necessarily emphasized by her, but it did matter in this campaign. It does matter in our politics.
Yes.
Right. And you cannot cover politics in this country without an understanding of the diversity in this country. And so people are going to have to catch up and get up to speed real quick.
And you are absolutely right. The Black press is very, very important. I will never negate that. And look at what happened. I mean, and Emmett Till is the prime example. And how many years did it take for us to finally get a federal anti-lynching law? Because of the Black press and the power of the Black press. And then, I can't help but think about the Black farmers.
Yes.
The Black farmers.
They just finally got some reparations
And
after all these decades.
right. And from Clinton, I kept asking that question from Clinton with John Boyd onto Obama, and everybody said, "Oh, we don't have the money," and Obama finally gave the money. And then I can't help but thinking about the situation with the exonerated five, asking that question of Trump. And the lawyer said to me, he said that question helped propel their case, their federal case. The black press is needed.
Yes,
The black press is needed. I thank each and every one of you for doing what you do.
Well, we
and
thank
same
you,
to you, because if you're not in the room asking those questions,
yeah,
no
April's like a gladiator. She's out there fighting almost alone at the White House. So thank you for your service.
Well, thank you, sir. That means a lot. And we go way back.
Way back.
We go
way back.
Now,
Baltimore.
Now, Aaron and April and Dr. Chavis, 50% are in Georgia.
Okay.
All right. So what does that mean? That means it looks like it just changed on me that quickly. So 52% cast. A minute ago, he was up by 1,000. Now he's gone up.
That's tight. 1,000. He was up by 1,000.
He's up by 1,000, but now it went quickly. So now it's about 1.5 million to her 1.2 million in Georgia.
Well, I will tell you.
So she's leading in Georgia?
No,
he's still leading, but you say 52, 53%.
Yeah, but the Atlanta vote hasn't come in.
That's the first thing you have to say that first and foremost. Fulton County is still outstanding. It's going to be outstanding for a while. I would just urge anybody that's watching, be patient. Fulton County is not going to be in anytime soon. But what I will say, I mean, the momentum in Georgia, I was on the ground in Georgia when she came to the state so many times, and not just to Atlanta. She went to rural Georgia. She talked to those folks. We know that black folks are also rural voters. She talked to them. She talked to suburban white women who may be open to her message because of the reproductive rights issue. So she did work. She worked really hard in Georgia to persuade folks there. And I think you saw the enthusiasm in that state. 4 million people voted early in Georgia. That's a new record. Busted the record from 2020.
Yeah.
1 million black people voted early in Georgia.
Right. Half of the electorate.
Yes.
But can I say this? I talked to a couple of people in Georgia who were very concerned, to include Keisha Lance Bottoms. We talked not this past Sunday, but the Sunday before last. And she said, she hadn't seen as much of the GOTV, the Get Out to Vote. And we were talking about that, and she was very concerned about that. She is an avid Democrat. She's a supporter of Kamala Harris. And she was concerned about that. But the way I understand it, even though they had $1 billion in that campaign, a lot of the money was cut for on the ground pushes. Yeah, and I couldn't believe it. I saw you out there. I saw Melanie Campbell, but they said a lot of the money for the Get Out to Vote in Georgia specifically was cut, and all around. Yeah.
Where was it?
That's the first to go. They say, Roland has talked about this. The consultants get the money, but a lot of times the on the ground push does not get the money that they need.
And we've seen a lot of digital, a lot of TV. Perhaps that was where some of the resources were diverted. But yeah, I mean, the ground game, we know, is what is going to make the difference in this race. The extent to which they can get people that turn that energy that we see at these rallies, right? That joy, turn that into actual votes.
Yeah, I'm optimistic. I think that the masses of black people are going to show up unexpectedly. Because, April, they always don't poll us. When they say they got
never poll, really.
And so the polls, they do, but they don't adequately cover the sentiments and the aspirations of the black community.
Rob, does everybody have headphones over here? Do all of us have headphones? Y'all put your headphones on. We're going to get a report on some of these numbers. Marcos is with Daily Coast. He's joining us, and he's number crunching. Let me see if I can bring him up. Marcos, are you there, buddy?
I'm here. How you doing?
Can everybody hear Marcos?
Yes.
Hello.
You're here with April Ryan of the Griot, Aaron Haynes of the 19th, and Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. of Civil Rights History, including the NNPA.
Of all the things.
And the most beautiful background imaginable.
In this great background. So we're here, man.
Howard University.
Howard University. What are you looking at, man? This is our numbers cruncher tonight, y'all. He's all over it. What are we look? How are we looking? I just saw Georgia, and we were talking about Fulton County hasn't come in yet.
A lot hasn't come in yet, so it's early. So what we know right now is that Trump somehow has been able to squeeze out an extra 0 to 5 points in the rural districts that have reported fully. So he's still squeezing out extra votes out of those farm country districts that he's improved on every year that he's run on. So that is actually quite surprising to me. I was hoping he'd be maxed out, but he isn't. So the big question is, how is Harris doing in suburban counties and urban counties? Urban counties, we don't have anything big in. We know the vote is absolutely massive. We know that in Philadelphia, they're expecting between 50 and 100,000 more votes this year than they had in 2020. Same thing we're seeing in Detroit. We know we got that vote out. It's out there.
Okay.
We also have some early indication in some suburban districts like Hamilton County in Indiana, where Trump won by 7 points last time. And last I looked at, I can even pull it up right now really quick. Trump is only winning it by 4 points right now. So that would be with how much reporting? With almost 80% reporting. So that would be a 3-point shift to the left. If we see that kind of shift in suburban America, Harris wins, because that's the Atlanta suburbs, the Milwaukee suburbs. Like this is the battleground. So if we get our vote out in the urban areas, if we get those suburban districts to shift by a couple of points to the left, that absolutely will make up for whatever Trump can get out of those rural districts. So that's, I think, the big picture right now. We're still in a wait and hold situation at the moment.
Okay. And so, as you were saying, all of Atlanta hadn't even come out yet. And when do they count the early votes? Do they do that right away in Georgia?
They count them. Yes, after I believe it's after the polls close. That will be tallied tonight. Chatham County, also another area to watch. That's where Savannah, Georgia is. Also another huge cache of votes that are going to come out of there. So it'll be interesting to watch there. I will say Fayette County. I'm curious to know how Fayette County came in tonight, because that was the county that Trump won, that I understand Harris was leading in last time I checked. Yeah, I mean,
do we have anything on Fayette yet, Marcos?
I am looking. What's Fayette is. So right now in Fayette, with 87% in, Trump is up 51 to 48, so up 3.
Wow. Because he won that county by a lot. I don't remember the exact numbers last time, but
wow.
Yeah, that was definitely the case. It's really interesting what you say about Detroit, because we know that if Detroit comes in, at 51%, that is a ball game. That's a magic number for them. Obama won Michigan by, I think his number was 53.
Yeah.
And the last time I checked the projections were that she might come in at 55% in Detroit. I mean, if that happened, that would really be remarkable.
How are we looking in North Carolina, Marcos?
My home state. Come on.
James' home state. We need it. We need North.
It's leading the way last I heard.
I mean, right now, Trump has, let's see where we at. Trump has a 52-47 lead, but there's a ton of the votes still waiting to come in. Like it's way early. And
Jill Stein got 4,300 votes. Cornel West got 2021. What are people? What are you doing? What are people doing with themselves? What is that?
They're voting for Trump. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
That's interesting, because I mean, even Robert F. Kennedy Jr., was on social media encouraging people who had supported him to throw their support behind Trump, but you didn't see a similar effort, with either of those candidates encouraging people to support Harris.
He's expected to get a seat if Trump wins in the cabinet somewhere.
Before you came, I asked Aaron, you trust white women voters? They're gonna do the right thing this time?
I'm gonna say the ones who I've been seeing in the street, who have made their way specifically to come to me and say, I'm with her. We've got to make sure, I was at a play in Baltimore in Center Stage, and this woman, I thought she was looking for the exit sign. She was staring at me so hard, she made the point. She lives in Annapolis, Maryland, and she came to me to specifically say, I mean, the Jewish women in my neighborhood, Jewish women, we gotta win, because the Jewish, now you've got Puerto Ricans upset, you got Muslims upset, you've got Jewish people upset, from Hitler to the fact that he said, if indeed I lose, it's your fault. What does that say? You got a lot of people, a lot of white women who feel really invested. And then you got women who are very upset about the fact that their bodies, their children's bodies, their daughters' bodies are being ruled by a man who is worried about size, the size of a penis, and a man who plays with a microphone. And I'm not going to say anything else.
Right.
So in the Pennsylvania exit polls via CNN, white women in Pennsylvania, Trump won them 50-48. Now, the early exit polls are not necessarily calibrated fully, but not a good sign.
Well, let me say this, though. The last election where he won, Trump won with white married women who voted with their husband's economy. Okay? This time, this abortion issue is more personal. And there's a split. So let's see if that split really works in Pennsylvania. But there's also something I want to talk about, because I think you're moving into something else.
And hey, Mark, I'm gonna have to leave you right now, but I'll catch you in a bit. Okay.
Check back with us in a minute. Thank you, man. Thanks for the work. Okay, go ahead.
But as we're talking about white women, I want to talk about black women. 600 black women are on ballots across the nation. I just did a story today.
That's great.
600
Yeah,
black
share
women.
that story. That was
Thank
because I mean that's huge. Keep
Yeah,
telling other people.
because here's the problem. You know, this administration, this campaign wanted to downplay her race and her gender for the obvious reasons, because they were using that against her. But in the meanwhile, you got 600 women who are running. Now, in the information from Higher Heights, they said, in 2014, since 2014, there's been such an increase, a whole movement, a pipeline of people now who said, I can go. And not only that, they're going for higher office. Like, look at Lisa Blunt Rochester.
Yes.
Look at Angela Alsobrooks. And there's so many other people. And then there's a young lady,
Latifah Simon out in California, somebody who was mentored by Vice President Harris.
Yes. And I think about other people just on the ballot, like the circuit court in Baltimore, in Maryland, in Baltimore County, I believe. Her name is Patricia DeMayo. Yeah. There's so many names on ballots.
Up and down the ticket.
Up and down. It's not just Kamala Harris. And we need to recognize my book says it, Black women will save the world, and anthem. Right now, maybe the democracy. But
That's right.
So, thank you for sharing.
Angela also Brooks is in your neck of the woods.
Yes, she is.
She's gonna be all right. She's gonna be all right.
We have to see, but I'm gonna tell you. I'm telling you. Listen. There's still a lot of people. What Larry Hogan did in Maryland, he said it's okay to split. You can vote for me and vote for Kamala Harris. So he's made people. He is playing a game. He is the one who did. He did not fund. He did not put funding in for HBCUs. He didn't do a red line for people in Baltimore to be able to go out to DC to get work. There's so many things in the Black community he's done. But I'm going to tell you one thing for sure. Angela Alsobrooks definitely has the Divine Nine. She said what got her in the primary to help her win the primary was the Red Army. And the Divine Nine, let me tell you something. Every sorority and fraternity is supporting Kamala Harris. Every fraternity and they're setting it off tonight. They are
setting it off. Yes. They're probably strolling right now to this.
They are. They're stepping on stage. But fraternities and sororities are out here celebrating the rise of somebody who looked like them, who's on a campus like them. So I think there's a commonality and there's a familiarity, and we kind of gravitate towards that. So we'll see. I believe that's going to be, if she wins, that's going to be what she wins with.
And that has to be a huge storyline coming out.
That is. If
she wins. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And these are the early votes. I don't want people to get discouraged.
Don't get
because
discouraged.
Our votes come in always in the urban areas late. And so, look, it's a competitive race. And, I believe in that prayer, the God factor. Y'all keep praying.
That's right.
Don't
get
stop
on that
praying.
knee long and hard.
That's right.
Right, long and hard.
Some of our friends in Detroit, and I asked them to join us. They said they were going to do a prayer call first, and then they're going to come on here later because they want to be sure.
The righteous availeth much.
They want to be safe and comfortable. Oh wow! In terms of in terms of what's happening.
You want us to pray, but we're in the club right now. We're set it off.
We're definitely in the club right now. Yes.
Well, that's all right, and this is okay. This is a celebration, and we are going to remain optimistic. I'm definitely optimistic. I have people, and we've been dealing with folk all the time. We talk to folk every day who just got anxiety. I don't have any anxiety. I think it's going to happen. It's real. It's too powerful. The vibe is too great. The feeling and the spirit. And look, back to women. I mean, if you've got older white women in Iowa, as they say, who are saying they are with her, that says a whole lot.
I mean, I don't know if she's going to win Iowa. I mean, people are saying that poll is an outlier, but I absolutely think older white women, they were forgotten in this story. When we were talking about women, we're talking about women of reproductive age. No, women who, are old enough to remember life before Roe.
Yeah.
Women who,
hangers and all that stuff.
Just because they are no longer of childbearing years does not mean that they are not still concerned about what happens to their bodies and what kind of access they have to healthcare, right? And what kind of access their daughters and granddaughters are going to have to healthcare. So this was a galvanizing issue for them too. Despite the Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance saying, those women really don't have a role in our society except for taking care of grandchildren.
What do y'all think about him calling her trash? What is that?
He's unraveling. J.D. Vance, if he's calling a Black South Asian woman trash and his wife is South Asian,
yes, that was my first thought as well.
I'm like, wait a minute. So if you call a Kamala trash, what is your wife? And first of all, what respect do you have of a woman? And my thing is, when you go to the table to legislate, to create initiatives for a woman, and you calling them trash, do you earnestly think he can honestly govern over a woman, her body, her mind, her whole being? That as a president or a vice president, the words don't match with unity. It doesn't match with bringing resolve to this nation.
And women heard that.
Yes,
heard
they
that.
did.
But it also shows we have a problem anytime there's half the country who supports that kind of talk. That we still have a long way to go to straighten some of these white folks out.
So let me say this: if indeed Kamala Harris does win tonight, tomorrow, whenever, the first thing she has got to do is work on unity, because there is a concern that if indeed, no matter what happens with Trump, there's going to be a problem.
Yes.
And so it reminds me of ISIS and Al Qaeda. When you have people on the fringe who are not linked to something, anything can grab them up and they will believe anything. So what she has to do is really reach out to that group. So because if not, this nation will be off kilter. And it's just, we've seen this before in a different way.
Extremism.
Yes.
In the 1960s, the Black community was targeted by terrorism. The Ku Klux Klan.
Wait a minute, we've been targeted since the inception of us.
That's right. Burned down our churches, assassinated our leaders. So we know something about terrorism, but we don't let that break our spirit. And I think Kamala, this whole thing about joy of voting versus the kind of sad, pathetic Trump's down in America. How can you be president of a nation that you says the garbage can? I mean, that's
how can you be president of a nation and vote and you're a convicted felon?
That's right.
How about that?
Well, and you saw her in that closing argument, kind of reaching out to the country, saying that she's going to be a president for all Americans, talking directly to people who may be feeling exhausted, right, with the divisive nature of our politics, and saying now is the time for us to come together as a nation, right? And this election can be just the first step of that. But yes, absolutely, on the other side of this, like, that has to be a focus, because we as a country have just been so deeply divided for so long.
Somebody's coming over saying,
and as she comes by, I'm going to give her my seat, because I got a report. I work for the brand.
the president of the House.
We are working.
I know we're working.
Before you go, say something to the president. Hello, good evening.
Family.
Hello, good evening. It's a beautiful historic evening at the Mecca, Howard University. It feels so beautiful and so black in here.
Yes.
And I'm
Very
claiming
black.
victory. In the name of
In the
Jesus.
victory, in the name of Jesus. Amen.
All right.
Brittany Packney Cunningham
Go ahead.
is in the house. Is in the house. Is Reggie here? Is Reggie, where is he?
Now,
He's
Oh, he's
working.
not anything.
He's working
He's in
like
the
we trying
party.
to
He's
do.
in the party.
He's
Okay.
in the party. You gotta go.
I do.
got
I have to
What you gonna
work.
do?
Thank you.
Y'all working?
Yeah, I mean a little bit. It is election night.
My boss might be looking right now.
That
What are you
part.
doing? Yeah, what are you doing for us? I'm like, come on.
Talk spending your time with Mark Thompson. Don't let me get you in trouble.
Oh,
You see how the girls doing?
Yes. The girls are great. Thank you. They're watching. They're home watching.
That's good.
Shirley Ralph, my dear soror
Oh, yeah,
friend,
yeah.
she sent these Kamala hats and shirts, and they went out in the street today. And I was just so happy for the stuff.
So Cheryl Lee's husband, as we all know, is state senator
senator.
in Pennsylvania. He's been beating the streets for a
Both
minute.
of them have.
For
Oh
a
my God.
minute. For a
Both
minute.
of them have.
So no, this is great. Look, don't let me hold you, but you gotta go.
I got
Hey,
to go.
thank you.
And we
I love y'all.
Okay.
Yeah, love you, April. Mr. President, let's bring the president on around here. We ready for you? You
I
gone?
got to go to work too.
Everybody leaving, they got to go to work to their real jobs. Love you both. Aaron Haynes, April Ryan, y'all are amazing.
Good to see you.
Y'all are completely amazing. And here we have with us, he's only got a couple of minutes, Dr. Chavis. They said he has 3 minutes. But
It's okay. We always take time for our brother.
he is he can't hear y'all. He might need that. Can you hear us okay? No, Rob, yeah, plug him in right there. We're gonna get you plugged in. Don't let the president of the Howard plug himself in, y'all. Rob, is this working? That's the president of the university. He can't plug himself in. Okay, you got it. Okay. There we are. Mr. President, man, first of all, good to see you as always.
Thank you.
Always.
Thank you so
President,
much.
how are you? First of all, how long have you been here now?
I am starting my 14th month at Howard.
And
Came right at the right time.
And in just 14 months, you about to have the first black woman presidency on your campus. Did you even imagine anything like that?
This is something that you absolutely cannot imagine. This is a historic moment.
Yes.
The entire candidacy, the race, and having this opportunity to have this event here at Howard University, this is absolutely spectacular. It's for not just for Howard, for all HBCUs.
And President Vincent, I understand you didn't ask for this. This is her love for her alma mater.
Absolutely. And for me, being here 14 months, it really redefines what the Mecca means, that she would really reach back into her own past to remember the resilience, the fortitude, the education, the excellence that was inculcated here, and then to really honor that at this particular moment in her race.
And Dr. Chambers, there's some other big news. And I got this right. President Vincent Howard has now been designated R1. Now tell the audience what that means and how important that is.
So
Lord
this
have mercy.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chavis. This means that Howard University is at the top tier of the nation's research universities, meaning that we are amongst an elite group of just over about 120 institutions out of 4,000 colleges and universities in the United States. Really because our research is delivering impact in our society. It's really answering and solving new questions that you don't often find at other institutions. And that is now being fully recognized. And the work of our faculty through their sweat and brow, that this is a real tribute to their work.
And when you start talking about research, that's grant money, that's more money. And a lot of our institutions got to get there, but this is a start. This is a good thing.
You're absolutely right. So we're getting grants from institutions like the National Institutes of Health, really work on health disparities. We're getting grants on issues of social justice and basic science all over the place. So this is just an exciting time to be at Howard.
At a time when more and more of our young people are coming back home to HBCU.
Yes, it's remarkable. I do believe that this is a renaissance for HBCUs, this particular moment. And I think this particular election campaign and the spotlight on Howard really reminds people of the excellence that we groom here at this university and universities like ours.
We were together, and I know you got to go. We were together at the Divinity School commencement in May. And I said to Dean Gilbert, don't just have folks like me and Dr. Chaves just come and show up, preach and talk. Give us a call list to call some folk and raise some money. So sometimes we can do it easier than you because I don't have to be as polite or diplomatic and say, y'all need to come give Howard some money, right? So just let us know so we can help support our alma mater. I appreciate
President Benson, you know, I'm a proud graduate of Howard. And this tonight, your presence, this is the answer that God's given to the prayers of our people for generations. We just salute you and thank you for your leadership. And you can count on the Black press. We're always going to be there supporting you. In fact, the Hilltop is one of our members.
Oh, wow. Howard Hilltop. NPA. That's right. That's right. My brother, I know you running. Love you.
Thank you so much.
Keep up the great work you're doing. That's right. There we go.
Little bison up. Mr. Chavis, honored to see you, and thank you guys for everything you do. You really make a difference out there. So thank you.
Thank you.
President Ben Benson.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. God bless you now.
Thank you.
President of Howard University here. So just to set the stage a little bit more.
Thank you.
Dr. Chavis, right behind us is Frederick Douglass Hall.
Yes.
Where the School of Political Science is.
Appropriately named.
That's right. And someone whom we all knew well was Dr. Ron Walters.
Oh, yes.
And Ron
Dr. Walters was the political science professor, even the professor of the professors.
And one of our preeminent political scientists in this century.
Yes.
In fact, many don't know this unless you've been listening to Make It Plain a long time. When the Black community had yet to embrace Obama.
Yes.
And there were even members of the Black Caucus who hadn't embraced him. Ron Walters got an assignment from Black elected officials, Black community leaders. I'll be honest with you, even some folk now who was right buddy with him was like, I don't know. Ron Walters went to meet with the Obama team to really see what was going on. And he came back on Make It Plain.
Yes.
And announced that this guy can win.
Absolutely.
And that's when everybody said, okay, let's get behind him. Ron Walters made that happen.
So this is a tribute tonight to Dr. Ron Walters. And Dr. Elsa Scott leads now the Ron Walters Institute here on the campus of Howard University. Look, Mark, I was just looking at my watch, you know, we're able to be on air tonight from the National Newspaper Publishers Association for the generous support. I see you lost a little weight. I've lost weight. There's a national coalition on obesity. They help sponsor our program tonight, so I just have to give them a shout out. And Reverend Al Sharpton, he did an op-ed about it yesterday. You know, we need to watch our health care, we need to watch our weight.
Absolutely.
And deal with obesity, particularly in the Black community.
Yeah, no,
so we're thankful to all those groups across the country that help enable the National Newspaper Publishers Association to broadcast live tonight on this historic night from the historic campus of Howard University in Washington, D.C.
I'm watching Michigan and it's like, come on, man. Come on, man. Folks, Dean Cobb is here from the Columbia School of Journalism.
One of the best journalism schools in the world.
Dean Jelani Cobb. And you know, we used to run around on this. We used to run around on this campus ourselves. We'll get them straight. There we go. Thank you, Rob. Rob put this together. All right, got a little tangled up there.
Don't worry, we got it.
100,000 votes separate the two of them in North Carolina right now, folks. Hey, man.
No audio.
You still can't hear anything? Can you hear anything?
Audio.
Yeah, I have no audio.
No audio. Rob. Okay.
Oh, we get it straight. We get it straight.
While we're waiting on that, 100,000 votes separation in North Carolina.
We got order. Good.
40,000 votes separation in Michigan. And of course, this is with very few of the precincts important. Can you hear now?
Yep.
Dean Cobb. What's up, brother?
How you doing?
You good? You good, man? How you?
Good.
How you feel about being? You know, we was messing around here 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Did we think we'd be up here for something like this?
Never. Did not imagine it. Not in our wildest dreams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that not only that this is happening, but happening here.
Right.
For the sister to decide to come to Howard.
Right.
What does that mean, brother?
So, I mean, listen, when you heard President Vincent speak, a little bit back, he talked about Thurgood Marshall. He talked about the historic legacy, Stokely Carmichael, Toni Morrison, historical legacy of this university and this campus in a way that it is deeply, deeply intertwined with the struggles to have an egalitarian, free, democratic society. And so I think it's fitting that this is happening here. And this is just the kind of latest installment in that same sort of conversation.
Yeah. You, of course, you're the dean at Columbia School of Journalism. How you, man? You good?
Yeah, we're good. We have reporters who are out here. We have students who are out here reporting in DC. We have students who are reporting in Scranton, PA. We have students who are reporting in New York and, filing stories and, really going out and doing banner work.
And you and I were somewhat involved in the protests at Columbia, and those were part of the protests around the country. Is there still, I was honestly surprised that when we came back, for the school came back and across the country, you didn't see as many protests. I thought kids were started back up. Why do you think that was? Do you think the issue died down? Do you think what's the atmosphere on the campus? Is there support for her on Columbia's campus in spite of what the kids were saying in the spring?
Yeah, so I think, going back to the spring, my involvement was as a negotiator, with the students who were protesting. And, that's been a central issue among not just voters in Michigan that people paid a lot of attention to, not just Arab and Muslim voters, but a lot of young voters feel very strongly about this. That said, I don't have a scientific survey, but I have seen a lot of support for her, both on my campus and other campuses that I've visited and spoke at recently.
Because the reality is, the alternative ain't gonna do nothing for Gaza either. That's not gonna save Gaza.
Yeah.
And I think, hopefully the young people realize now that's what it is. Now we still gotta hold her and any other president accountable. But we're electing someone, hopefully, that we can negotiate with, to use your word.
Yeah. Well, I think that there's a line of thinking that says you vote for the person who you'd rather protest.
That's right.
Yeah, the person who you can have the most likely influence with. And so I think that may be part of the calculation that people are making as it relates to Kamala Harris.
So one good news about college students, I was just on Duke University campus earlier today. 100%, particularly young white women, college students support Kamala Harris. That's a Southern University. So, Dr. Cobb, I know I used to be running each other on the plane all the time. Your travel, your journey to be the dean of one of the most prestigious journalism schools in the world. Can you just cast in a few words the journalistic significance of this day and night?
Oh, I mean, it's crucial, because, we have consistently been seeing a kind of final exam for journalism, not just in this election, but in the election that preceded it, and the election that preceded that one. And so we're now going for a third bite at the apple to see how much of it that we've actually learned and how much of it we've internalized. How do we approach, misinformation and disinformation? How do you platform people, or how do you engage with people who are prevaricators, people who spread, vast amounts of untruths and so on. And so these things are really kind of at the heart of, journalism and what we do.
Dean Jelani Cobb at the Columbia School of Journalism. So you got students out here tonight, right?
I do, yeah.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's important. Doing a great job, my brother.
All right, thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank
Jelani.
you. You're good.
Jelani Cobb.
All right.
Old school.
God bless.
Black Media Force in the house.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you so much.
We were talking about Ronald Walters here with Dr. Chambers. We were talking about Ronald Walters, the preeminent political scientist who's now an ancestor, did a lot of work in reparations and so many other areas and so many other issues. And this was his building behind us. This is Frederick Douglass Hall. And needless to say, Frederick Douglass kind of got things going in terms of politics.
You know the famous quote from Frederick Douglass.
Yes, sir.
Freedom is a constant struggle. You know, some people think we win some battles and we just go back and rest. This campaign of 2024 has reminded us of the wisdom of Frederick Douglass. Freedom is a constant struggle. Justice is a constant struggle. Equality is a constant struggle. Equity is a constant struggle. And the contributions of our struggle for freedom, justice, and equality and equity endure benefit not only to Black people, Mark, but to all. That's why I'm so pleased with the Black press that we're able to do this tonight on behalf of the National Newspaper Publishers Association. With, make it plain. I think that tonight we see a glimpse of the future of America. This is going to be the future, no matter who wins the election. What you see tonight is a glimpse of the future.
And it's inevitable, Dr. Chavis, because the country's changing, the world is changing. You have a Jamaican, South Asian, Black African woman, member of AKA, HBCU graduate. How many different boxes does that check? And we meet people every day. There's so much diversity in the world, and that's honestly that's the problem with Trump and those who are still holding on to white supremacy.
They're isolationists.
Yeah,
they want to go backwards. Kamala Harris and Walz want to go forward, and that's why, for the first time in American history, you have this election night on an HBCU, historically Black College University, Howard University.
Yeah.
So a lot of history's been made tonight.
Yeah, no, it is a lot of history. And folks, a lot of great memories here from my youth. I think about my mother and her brother who went here, and my brother met his wife here, who was your high school classmate.
That's right.
Alva Petway. And we were just in
North Carolina High School in Oxford, North Carolina.
That's right. That's right. Mary Potter. I know that's right. So we're here, folks, and as you can tell behind us, there's a great deal of jubilation and celebration.
Energy, Mark, the energy is just very uplifting.
Rob, you want to get that try now? See if you can get a little bit of these folk behind me. We have a little small obstruction, not much, but if you want to take a look and see what's going on, folks, we're going to try to show you what's going on behind us. This is the yard, and the yard was like this just a couple of weeks ago for homecoming. Tennessee State was here.
Yes.
For Howard University's homecoming, I was here. It was something else. And so here we are right now, and this is happening in real time. Students are here, families are here, everybody is here
live from Howard University, Washington D.C.
to hear and see what is going on. Folks, we're going to take a quick pause.
So I'm getting texts before we take the pause from publishers in Los Angeles, publishers in Houston, Omaha, Nebraska, Jackson, Mississippi. Who else? Yes, Dallas, across New York, Atlanta, Philadelphia, of course, Detroit, North Carolina. Got 18 papers in North Carolina, all on board. In Virginia, Missouri, Minneapolis, spokesman in Minnesota. So the reason why I'm bringing this out, our publishers, man, our staff, our editors are hard at work. This is the story of the century. And I'm so pleased that the Black press is on the case, live here. And we're going to be here. I know the night is going to be late, but look, this is worth it.
It is. It is going to be a late night, but we're okay. We're here for the duration. We're going to camp out. Sometimes folks camp out in Blackburn to protest, but we're going to camp out
Exactly.
for another reason.
So before you take the break, just let me give another shout out to the Obesity Coalition that helped provide the funding for us to be on air tonight, and the National Newspaper Publishers Association. We're so grateful for our sponsors, our supporters that enabled us to have this outreach and to be present. You know, one of my mentors, Dr. Charles Collier, says something about the ministry of presence.
Yeah.
Being at the right place at the right time.
Being here.
And I'm so pleased that NNPA is at the right place at the right time in this historic moment. Shout out to my executive committee, You know, Bobby Henry, uh, Dr. Draper, Jackie Hampton, Cheryl Smith, and Fran Farrell. The executive committee of the National Newspaper Publishers Association. If you go to blackpresshistory.com, Danny Baker sent a special video that they put out from the Los Angeles Center that's on blackpresshistory.com. So thank you, everybody. We're alive. We're not going anywhere. I guess, Mark, when you come back, we're going to get some of these latest stats.
We'll get some of the latest numbers as they're coming in.
Yes.
It's close everywhere as we knew it would be. But we're here to bring it to you. So, folks,
the good news is, if it's close this early, guess what happens when the urban folks come in?
That's right.
You know,
when the rest of us come in.
God bless.
Waiting on Detroit, waiting on Philly. All of this is happening, folks. We'll take a quick break. The stream will stay up, so stay tuned. We'll come right back in a couple of moments with some more details for you.
Stay on. Don't cut your device off. We're gonna be live.
Here with the Reverend Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. We broadcast live from the campus of Howard University.
Historic Howard University.
Historic Howard University, from which we come. And, I literally came. My mother gave birth to me on this campus. I was born
because of this campus.
On this campus. So this is I am at my birthplace. And look. So I'm gonna let you introduce your brother. Should I leave?
Oh man, we'll let you. You don't have to leave. You're in good company, brother.
So did you all step?
We strolled.
You strolled?
Yes, sir.
Tell everybody your name. Nice and loud on the microphone for me.
How y'all doing? My name is Micaiah Emmanuel.
Micaiah Emmanuel. Where you from?
I'm from Queens, New York.
All right, Queens.
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead. Stand right here, brother.
My name is Joshua John Louis. I'm from Houston, Texas.
Houston, Texas.
All right.
Hello, my name is Jaden Armand. I am a senior journalism major from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
All right. What's Pennsylvania gonna do tonight?
Hopefully turn blue.
It's gonna happen? Okay.
All
So
right.
you're a senior. What year are you?
I'm senior too.
Oh, you all seniors?
I'm a junior.
All
You're a
right.
junior. Okay. You got something lined up?
Not yet, but
You know this is the president of black newspapers. And your frat brother.
Phi Beta Sigma.
I'm gonna connect with you.
All right.
We're gonna make something happen.
So listen, I don't know if you know this, Mom, but earlier they sang Lift Ever Was and sang.
Yeah.
You know who wrote that?
Yeah.
James Weldon Johnson.
That's right.
Were you aware that he was Phi Beta Sigma?
Okay. I see.
Okay, so
Congratulations.
He also wrote the
You know.
National Black Anthem.
Huh?
He also wrote the National Black Anthem.
yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, right. So, well, congratulations.
So, let me know. You're not in the divine now.
Not yet. No, not yet.
Not yet. So you need to strongly consider the Phi Beta Sigma.
So you guys strolled on stage today. What was that like? How'd that feel?
It felt amazing. The Divine Nine is something that's very important here at Howard University, considering the fact that the majority of them were founded here at Howard University. And so just to be able to
Was singers founded here?
They were, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Alpha chapter here. And just to be able to give a taste of the Divine Nine and HBCU culture in general, on a national setting, that's something that's really cool. You know what I mean?
How does it feel to be here on this night and a black woman might be the president?
I said it. I've said it to a couple other people. There's a million other places in the world that I could be. But the fact that God allowed me to be here on this night is really a blessing. But it's even more special because she's a graduate.
And you can tell what's your major?
I'm a sports medicine major.
Okay, what about you, man?
Music education and pre-law.
Okay, all right. You all doing great thing.
Absolutely. Academics. Phi Beta Sigma is known for scholarship, academics, and service to the community. I would like for you, brothers, you're part of the Divine Nine. So this is about all of the fraternities and sororities working together. And I noticed on Howard's campus, there seems to be a solidarity among the Divine Nine. Can you talk about how the fraternity and sororities help lay a foundation for your academics in terms of being a better student?
The work that we do in the community means nothing if it's not informed by the work that we do in school. We have to have a certain degree of education in order to go out into the community and share those resources. Phi Beta Sigma is all about taking the resources that we've been given in education and putting those directly back into the community. And so Howard here prioritizes more than anything education and advocacy. And so, I really think that, that shows through the work that we do in Sigma. We don't just go out and just serve people randomly. It's planned, it's thought out, it's leaned upon from my educational experiences.
I'm glad you brothers are here as young men, taking the position, standing with and on behalf of your sister in the Divine Nine. Because they've been trying to turn black men against this black woman. And it's important you all are here on this campus because Howard ain't changed. There's a culture here. There's a culture of success here. And sisters and brothers work together. She came through this, y'all coming through it, so y'all know. So you don't realize how important it is for you as black men. Some of these that we just getting reports tonight that 20% in the exit polls, 20% of black men in Wisconsin, I don't believe it, but it's just being reported. 20% of black men in Wisconsin voted for Trump. That don't even make no sense. So I hope it's not true. But if it is, what's going on with some of these young brothers out there? I mean, I know they're being propagandized and misled, but what do you think?
I think it all goes back to internalized misogyny, and I feel like that's something we need to break in the black community, especially amongst black men. So yeah.
What about you? What do you think about that?
I'll definitely say that some of it is definitely ignorance as well. Just not even understanding the policy and just like piggybacking off what he said, like misogyny. You know what I mean? They're not looking at the credentials of the two candidates. They're just saying, "Oh no, she's a woman, she can't do it." You know what I mean? And just also, it's something new, and a lot of people aren't used to being uncomfortable. I would say when you're stepping into something new, it's obviously a discomfort, right? And so it's a matter of some people just not being ready to see progress, to change.
Yeah. What are your thoughts about that, my brother?
I mean, I think it goes back to what you said, being propagandized. We only see. We can't fault ourselves, as black people, we have been disenfranchised for years, for hundreds of years. So we only see the money aspect of it, of what Trump can bring. And I don't think we are focused on the fact that the man is unfit for office. The man cannot lead the country into the aspect of freedom that we need him to lead us into. So I really think, our black men are being blinded by the money aspect. I really think that is the main reason as to why they decided to go for him. I know a lot of people have told me that they saw the stimulus checks that he gave out. But they don't understand. But that was passed up by a Democratic Congress.
Right.
So
and it ain't coming back because unless there's no pandemic, you don't want that.
There's no reason for it to come back.
Yeah. We did a whole show last week on black business investment that has come out of this administration. SBA loans. 1.8 million people today in this country are employed by a black company. A lot of us don't know that because of what the Biden-Harris administration has been doing. So, we talk about some stimulus. We talk about 1.8 million people getting jobs from a black-owned business, but you talk about stimulus. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. So
Mark, I'm gonna go back to what you said about Wisconsin.
Right.
Some males may have voted for Trump, but they're not black men.
Well, I'm just telling you what the exit poll is saying. I don't know if I believe it.
The exit polls, they don't know how to discern who's black or white.
Now it's only half in or a third in Nebraska. She's, as you all can see on the screen below us, 52.5 in Nebraska, and Trump's 46.30% in. Kansas, she's competitive for now. Ohio, she's competitive. New York, and well, I mean, we know she's gonna win New York. But we are waiting to see. It's early. It ain't even 10 o'clock yet. So y'all gonna be out here all night? Pretty much, yeah. Good to see you, brother. Yes, thanks for coming to see me. So you gonna do sports medicine, man? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You got to go to grad school for that? Where you know where you going?
I'm not sure as yet.
Good luck to you, brother. Appreciate it. I know Dr. Chambers is glad to see his
my brothers, man. I'm proud of them. Proud of them. Good luck to you, man.
Black man standing. Black man standing.
Keep standing strong.
Black woman. Thank you, brothers. Appreciate you coming. Keep up the good work. Appreciate you. All right, man. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are great. Great young men. Young man from Howard University, soon to be Howard alone, doing great things in the world.
We may need to go up to Wisconsin, have a revival.
Right. We may, well, if that's what we're dealing with, if that's the kind of thing we're up against, I'm gonna see if and we got folks joining us now from downtown, where the election protection headquarters is taking place.
Very important.
So let's bring them in here. Let's see who we can bring to us here as we broadcast live from Howard University. All right. Hello, ladies. How are you both?
How you doing, Reverend Mark? We're here together. Good to see you. It's me and Margaret Huang from the Southern Poverty Law
Good to
Center.
see you. Good to see you.
Hey, Margaret. How are you?
Hi, Reverend. Good to see you.
I know you know this young man to my left here, don't you?
That's Dr. Chavis.
It's Dr. Chavis.
How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you. We appreciate your work. I mean, we got to protect this election.
Here we go.
We do. Tell us what's going on, Virginia. You all are doing election protection, aren't you?
Yeah, so we've
You're
been
monitoring?
in the field. We have been in the field all day long. We've supported. We actually have 15,000 people in the field today. We're outside of the Democracy and Civil Rights headquarters. It was really loud inside, but we have tons of people inside just celebrating all the hard work of our election protection volunteers. They are still working in the field. We have over 15,000 people in the field. We took over 15,000 calls just today alone, and dealing with issues that voters were having with long lines, with voting machines. As you all know, there were bomb threats that came from Russian actors, where many of our polling stations had to be evacuated. And so making sure that people got in, who were in line were able to stay in line. And so we were able to extend polling hours through the great attorneys that we have through the Lawyers Committee, SPLC, LDF, ACLU, and many others are all just continuing to do this work all night long until the polls close for everybody.
Where the problems, Margaret, and again, folks, just want to mention that Virginia K. Solomon is the new president of Common Cause, and she's leading this effort. And for some reason asked me to serve on the board, Dr. Chambers. So
That's good. Congratulations.
I don't know what she was thinking about, but Margaret, as those calls have been coming in, have you all been able to solve some of the problems that people were faced with today?
Yeah, some of them, Reverend Mark, but not all of them. I was actually down in Atlanta and Georgia today, first joining the election protection team in downtown Atlanta, who were taking in all the calls about the bomb threats this morning, first in Fulton County, and then at the end of the day in DeKalb County. And then we were also, of course, monitoring what was happening in Alabama, which also had a series of technological problems with equipment breaking down that actually caused a 7-hour delay for some voting sites. And so we were able to get some relief. Fulton County actually did the right thing, went to court and extended the voting hours for those people who got turned away this morning. I understand that DeKalb, they were trying to do something, but it was right before the polls were closing. So I'm not sure if people were able to come back or if the polls were able to stay open for very long. And I'm not sure how they're going to make it right in Alabama and St. Clair County. Those are all still problems. So stay tuned. We'll be following up. There were also some equipment failures in Jefferson County and Birmingham in Alabama. And that's something that I think got resolved fairly quickly. There was probably about an hour delay in there. But we're just seeing all kinds of both equipment failures, but also these threats, which the Secretary of State of Georgia acknowledged were coming from Russia, were very much targeting communities of color. These were precincts that were 87%, 93% Black. So we know very clearly why they were singled out.
Absolutely. And I hope, thank you for giving that report, because people across the country need to know about, they hear about Russian interference, but sometimes it kind of floats over without having specifics. And I'm glad the Secretary of State of Georgia is exposing this. And thank God we have election protection. Hopefully those places where were shut down because of those bomb threats, hopefully they'll be able to compensate and give more time for the people to cast their vote. But that just shows you that this election tonight is not only a national election, people all over the world are watching. And unfortunately, a group of right-wing Russians are trying to interfere, and particularly in communities of color across America.
And we know those are his allies. That's what he's doing. So Virginia, you're at Democracy and Civil Rights headquarters. Are you all still taking calls at this hour?
We are still taking calls. We have people ready to go, lawyers on standby, and people out in the field until every poll closes. And so the one thing we want to just remind voters of is do not get out of line. There are extended voting hours. If you have questions, call 866-OUR-VOTE. You will be able to vote. We will make sure of that. And we want to make sure that every voter out there feels that they have their voice heard and that their vote counts this election. And so we will be there until the end.
866-OUR-VOTE.
866-OUR-VOTE. And the other thing I just want to say is, we also just want to remind folks that this election is not only for those who are still waiting to vote in California, some of the Western states. We want to and folks who are waiting in line. The youth turnout has been incredible. Some of the longest lines that we have seen are at college campuses and universities because the young people are showing up. So anybody who says that young people are not engaged,
that's good news.
They are showing up. They are waiting hours in line to be able to cast their ballot. So we are just really excited and energized. So don't let what you see right now fool you when you're looking at the Electoral College. We knew that a lot of these states were going to be called early, but there are many that are still to go, and we have really great folks. And actually, I have another special guest who's walking up right now, Damon Hewitt with the Lawyers Committee, so we'll try and get him on as well. Oh, Margaret's bringing him over.
Oh, wait.
Hey, we outside.
Hey, Damon, what's happening, brother?
Hey, we've been outside.
All right, Damon.
We can't hear you, David.
Can't hear you.
Saying thank you to Virginia and Common Cause and Margaret and who have had folks on the ground all throughout the country all day. We're logging thousands of calls. I mean, you blink, it's another 1,000 calls coming into the election protection hotline. It's tapering off now for the East Coast, of course, but the hotline is still live till midnight tonight. 866-OUR-VOTE. Emphasis on the hour. So, for some people it's all over but the counting. That is if the election is over tonight. We don't know that yet. The official tally is not what the TV says. The official tally is the official tally that comes straight from the states.
Right.
So we've left it all in the field, Reverend Mark. We left it all in the field, man.
Well, I appreciate folks. Damon Hewitt, folks, president of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. Damon, in terms of the calls you've got today and some of the problems that you've witnessed or heard about and fielded, where would you put 2024 in comparison to 2016 and 2020 or any other? Were things worse today or better or what?
Well, things are worse in this sense. I mean, we like to think that democracy keeps getting better, but the truth is there's a cumulative effect of pain and voter suppression and oppression. And this is the first presidential election cycle since that wave of voter suppression laws of 2021 have been in effect for a presidential cycle. It's the first one since the hyper.
We lost you. You were rolling and we couldn't hear you.
Can you hear me? I can barely hear you.
Go ahead, try now. Can you now? Yep. Go ahead, I can hear you.
Oh, it's better, yeah. Yeah, so this is the first.
So what Damon was, go ahead.
In the first presidential since the 2021 voter suppression bills that have kind of devastated folks in places like Georgia and Texas and elsewhere throughout the Black Belt. This is also the first since the hyper-partisan / hyper-racist redistricting cycle. We know that the difference between partisan gerrymandering and racial gerrymandering is sometimes slim to none. And so we have the 2020 census, post-census redistricting, right? So we have a lot going on, and it's at a time of incredible political retrenchment. We thought we were on the rise in 2020 after the summer of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and now there's retrenchment everywhere we turn. So things are harder now. Voters are facing more headwinds because regular folks generally, who other voters are facing more headwinds in this country today.
Yeah. No, that's important, folks. If you're still in line, first of all, David, if someone is in line, if they get in line before the cutoff, they have a right to stay in line until they vote. They can't cut the line off. That's generally the rule, right?
That's right. If you're in line before the polling site closes, you must be allowed to vote. Period. And so we just need folks to do what they can and have that stamina. Literally, my team said, Damon, we have to send pizza to the polls. I said, let's call the pizza to the polls, folks. They said, no, Damon, we have to send pizza to the polls ourselves. So we just bust out the credit card and did it for several polling sites that were still open, especially with students and whatnot, so we can get folks some sustenance so that they can have that stamina, that energy, know that somebody's fighting for you and somebody's caring for you. And of course, we check state laws to make sure it's appropriate and legal in these jurisdictions, but we had to make sure that we do whatever we can and leave it all out on the field.
That's right. Brother, appreciate all your hard work as always, man. You a brother and a soldier.
So Damon, thank you, man. You know, the NNPA, we respect everything that you and the Lawyers Committee is doing. I think that we got to be vigilant, and we appreciate the election protection, because you're protecting not only the election, you're protecting democracy. You're protecting the rights of communities of color. All communities deserve to have not only the right to vote, but the privilege to vote without intimidation, without voter suppression, and without bomb threats and all other things that are happening. So God bless you, and thank you for being vigilant, and thank you for always being out there on the front line of the struggle.
Thank you so much. Look, democracy is worth fighting for, and if it takes a long time tonight or beyond tonight, democracy is worth waiting for too. So let's do it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, David Healy,
Right,
folks.
thank you, man.
President of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights under law. So Virginia, y'all staying on top of things down there, I take it.
We are, and we can let me know. Reverend Mark, text me. I know Margaret is on call. Damon is on call. We have other folks who are coming, and we have tons of leaders and everybody else who are ready to go. So if you have questions about what's going on, you hear stories, give us a text. Any one of us are happy to jump back outside and bring you up to date on the real deal, not the stories that you're hearing everywhere else, but the real truth, because we're the ones who are vetting all of those challenges in the field. And so we got your back. And thank you for being there and representing all of us in our civil rights community.
Well, bless your heart. Virginia K. Solomon, folks, Common Cause, Margaret Wang of Southern Poverty Law Center. We'll check back in a little later. But listen, don't wait on me. If you all got something to share, you just hit me back up. You know where I am now, where to find me.
Will do. I'm here with my sister
Okay.
and my brothers, so we're good. Love you guys.
For confession, Ben, Virginia invited us to come down there with her.
Okay.
But you see where we are. We got a call to be right here where the sister is. So I hope you forgive me, Virginia. I'll make it up to you.
No, you got a better offer. I was there on Sunday to hear Bishop Barber preach, and the one thing I will tell you is the parking is insane over there, so I'm happy to be over here right now.
All right, Virginia.
Take care.
Now.
Bye, y'all.
We'll see you next time. We'll check back in later. All right. Folks, we are live here. Right now, with 41% in, Kamala Harris has 50% to Trump's 49.1%.
It's close. 41% of the voting.
Just 41% of the voting.
Remember now, Philadelphia still hasn't come in yet.
That's right. So we want to see what Philly's going to do. Folks, as you see the ticker going across the screen and the number, it's so and
look at the hour. Look at the hour.
Quarter of the votes in 52.4% in Iowa to Trump's 46.4%. Colorado, Harris 53.5%, 40% in Georgia. with 80% in, Trump 52, Harris 47. But I don't know that we have
Fulton
County in yet. Maryland, of course, and hopes that bodes well for Angela, also Brooks, in her race and what she's getting. NBC is saying at this hour that Georgia is too close to call. It would appear that North Carolina is kind of close as well. 61% in, Harris 47, Trump 51. So we're going to continue to monitor this, see what the see where it leads us, Dr. Chavis. I'm not giving up hope.
It's closed. It's closed. And you know, keep those prayer lines going. And people out on the West Coast are still voting.
They're still voting, and we're waiting to hear from Fulton County.
Fulton County in Georgia.
In Georgia, I don't think Fulton County has come in.
Philadelphia and Pennsylvania.
I don't think.
Detroit and Michigan. And Milwaukee and Wisconsin.
You know, a friend of ours just texted
Delaware
me.
looks good.
A friend of ours just texted me that she needs something to give her some encouragement. And so, folks, we can't give up. We've come too far. And this is just another step in the rung on Jacob's ladder. So we're going to step on this rung and go up a little bit higher. That's all we can do at this point. Don't give up hope. We knew, everybody told us this would not be an automatic landslide. This would not just be something that we would run away with. We always knew it was going to be close. So we just have to be ready for it. And we will see this through. Don't even worry about it. It's not over yet. The night is still young. You know, we've been here before. We've
been here before.
Have to folks said, folks stop panicking. Have faith.
That's right.
Have faith.
I remember in 2008, you and Mark, we were together. People didn't think Obama was going to win.
No.
He pulled it out.
Sure did.
And certainly in 2012, he was reelected. And of course, in 2020, Biden and Kamala Harris beat Trump. So, you know, I think we should not only keep the faith, keep our prayers, but let's stay vigilant. And I'm going to I think, Mark, we should thank all of the brothers and sisters who did go out to vote.
Yeah.
Who did knock on those doors, who did make those telephone calls. I know busloads of people went from one state to another to help campaign, to help get that vote out. And so I know that when the urban center vote comes in the next couple of hours, we'll have much more definitive. But we're going to be here live from the historic campus of Howard University on behalf of the National Newspaper Publishers Association, Make It Plain. And we thank that coalition of brothers and sisters across the country who are focused on obesity and healthcare in our community that helped sponsor tonight's program. Thank you so much. And I want to thank Reverend Al Sharpton and National Action Network for also joining with the NNPA and championing the cause to decrease obesity in Black America.
So, folks, we're looking at, if you look at the bottom of our screen, you can see some of the numbers that are there. Rhode Island, clearly, Trump, West Virginia, no surprise there. These are states, these are red states that he is going to win inevitably. That's what we knew. This is nothing new. Kentucky, yes, that's not a surprise. But we are not done. We are not done here. We are not done
Colorado.
Colorado. I think your state. I think your home state gonna still come through.
North Carolina. Come on, North Carolina. The voting, Mecklenburg County, Charlotte, Raleigh, and back east, the Black Belt, Greenville, Fayetteville, Kinston. You know, come on in.
Yeah, no, this is important. Michigan, now she's ahead in Michigan, but Michigan is only reporting 12% right now.
Right, because the urban vote hasn't come in.
Yeah. So that's again, we see Maryland again. No surprise there. That's what we expect in Maryland. We need to check and see how also Brooks is doing in Maryland as well. And folks, if you feel free to add us in the chat as well, and we will take we will share some of that information as it comes in.
So, Mark, let the audience know that it's almost 10 o'clock. It's after 10 p.m. Eastern time. There's so much energy still out here on this field, man. Nobody gone. People have been here already for 4 hours, some for 5 hours. The energy is strong on this historic night, and we're reporting live from Howard University on behalf of the National Newspaper Publishers Association and Make It Plain. Thank you very much. Mark Thompson, you're a veteran at this.
I guess so. We've been doing this.
You're OG.
We've been doing this for a minute.
Welcome to the OG Club.
Thank you, brother. I'm trying to see because I think we have another special guest who's might join us or trying to join us. I don't know what he's doing, but folks, as you look at the ticker at the bottom of the screen, Vermont, we see those numbers. No surprises. No surprises there. I want to just check some of my information and just kind of see where we are right there. So there's a suburb in Atlanta has come out. I want to just pull this up so I can read it to you all. Give me a second. And it looks like Angela Also Brooks has been declared the winner in Maryland. That appears to be
that'd be good news.
So, and if she gets there and
keep that Senate seat,
Lisa Blunt Rochester wins in Delaware, we have 2 black women
in the Senate of the United States.
In the Senate of the United States. So, folks, we just kind of watching what's going on here and seeing what's happening.
New York looks good because there's some competitive House races in New York. Well, Hakeem Jeffries can be the Speaker of the House if we take back those seats.
Yes.
So at 58% of the vote in New York State, Harris is at 60.6, and Trump is down at 39.3. New York, come on, New York.
Come on, New York. Let's see it through. Let's see it through. All right, folks. We will. And there you see Delaware. I don't know that it has been declared.
96% of the vote is in Delaware.
So Delaware is a done deal. Not sure. I need to see whether Lisa Blunt Rochester is in fact still going, or if in fact she has been declared. Yes, Lisa Blunt Rochester has been declared the winner.
Congratulations.
In Delaware to go into a Senate. And again, let me also just check in with
Angela
Also Brooks. I think she has been projected to win. So let's just see where we are. Yes, the Associated Press has called the race for both Lisa Blunt Rochester and Angela Also Brooks.
Well, on behalf of the National Newspaper Publishers Association, we extend congratulations to Angela Also Brooks and to our dear sister up in Delaware. This is a historic night. 2 black women elected to the United States Senate.
For the first, we've only had 1 black woman at a time, and now we've got two. So that is great news as well. So everyone just kind of watching and waiting. There will be. It'll be a long night though, Dr. Chavis.
Well, that's okay. Look, social change doesn't happen overnight, and our very presence here on the campus of Howard University. I'm looking back at the crowd. Everybody's vigilant. Everybody's watching the maps, getting the countdown in the various states are reporting.
Right. Donald Trump has a 40,000 lead is 50 to 49, with 47% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania.
Right. So the urban votes haven't come in yet. We can be all right.
So we've got that. We've got nothing from California, Nevada, Arizona. Only 34% in, and it is a tie in Arizona.
That's interesting.
621,000 for both candidates, and so this is where we are, folks, and we're watching this.
Colorado looks good. Michigan looks good, as well as Illinois. I'm looking at the map.
Yeah, this is very, very important. I think we're going to get a guest on with us. Let me just make sure I get that guest the right information.
So, Mark, while you do that, I just want to give everybody the panoramic view. Mark, you and I are out here on the balcony at Howard University, but we're looking at a glass structure where you see the press from all over the world that are here on the campus of Howard University. International press, national press, grassroots press, community press, and very privileged that we have a great spot on behalf of the NNPA. We thank the Harris campaign. We thank the Walls campaign for enabling the NNPA to be front and center with the Thurgood Marshall building on the Howard University campus right in our background.
Amen. That's and it's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be here right back on this campus. This is an historic moment. Now, this NBC exit poll, and some folk at NBC have texted me, they don't believe this, but it says that Trump got 20% of the black vote in Wisconsin. I just can't. I can't comprehend that.
Well, we'll see. You know, again, who conducted the exit poll?
I don't know. I have no idea. Well, it's the NBC exit poll. I'm sorry, but there's even some dispute amongst NBC folk as to whether or not
that's accurate.
You know, just
and because the Milwaukee vote hadn't come in yet.
Right. Nebraska. Half the 42% of the votes are counted, and the Associated Press has called Nebraska for Donald Trump. As a matter of fact, so we're just here right now with the projections in place. Donald Trump has 198 electoral college votes to Kamala Harris is 109.
Thus far.
Thus far. We're still in this, folks. We're still just in the beginning. We're in the beginning, and these electoral college votes have got to add up, and they've got to mean something. They've got to add up, and they've got to mean something. And when they do, we will see. We've not heard from a lot of the urban areas in many of these
swing states.
In many of these swing states. New Hampshire, Harris is ahead. Probably not much of a surprise there either. New Jersey, 63% and 52.5% for Harris, 45.7% for Trump. These are the numbers as we bring them to you live. We will we'll take another quick break. We'll come right back. We'll look at a few more of these numbers and see what shakes loose. But we haven't heard from the West Coast.
Right.
And as I said, it would appear
Arizona's about tied, and Phoenix vote hasn't come in yet in Arizona.
Virginia is tied about 49% with 67% of the voting. I don't. Is she supposed to win Virginia? We were supposed to win that today?
Yeah, Virginia's going blue.
Okay.
Particularly when the Northern Virginia vote comes in.
All right. So I'm looking. I just want to see where North Carolina is right now. Pennsylvania, 70,000 votes separating them, but only 50% of the votes are in. In North Carolina, it's about 70% of the votes counted. It's about what is that, 300,000 vote difference?
That's fine.
Did Joe Biden win North Carolina? No.
No.
No, he didn't.
Obama won, okay.
And that's the last time a Democrat won in 08. There are also some exit polls, and I didn't even repeat these exit polls. There's some exit polls that are saying that Trump got a majority of Latino men. And see, when that kind of stuff happens, it tells you just the level of chauvinism and misogyny that still exists. You know, why?
America has a gender problem.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a fact.
Most certainly does. That's tough. Now, right now, it would appear Kamala Harris, 44% of the votes counted, has a lead in Wisconsin. She has a lead in Michigan, but Michigan's early. It's only 20%, under 20% of the votes that have been counted.
And the Detroit vote always comes in last.
Despite what was said by Amy Seltzer's poll, that she was ahead Kamala Harris was ahead, and then something just happened. That Kamala Harris was ahead in Iowa. She now does seem to be down in Iowa. So,
what percentage of the vote?
51 to 47. They say she was ahead by 3 percentage points, but again, this is only 35%.
Yes, early, sure.
This is only 35% of the vote that is.
So we still have the Mormons. How the college vote?
I don't know. I'd like to know what everybody's hollering about behind me. I don't know if we can tell, but I'm curious. Because folks
Can we get the live feed?
No, we don't. There's no feed up yet that I'm aware of. So, folks, we are here. We holding on. We are looking for the best possible outcome, and it is early.
Keep those prayers going.
It is early. It is absolutely early. So we will see. Why don't we take a quick pause for the cause, and then we're going to come back here in just a few moments. Don't go away. This stream will stay live through the night so that we can bring you all the latest information that we have. Arkansas, 51% in. Trump with a sizable lead in Arkansas. That's no surprise there either. Folks, we'll take a quick break. We're going to come right back in just a little while.
All right.
Dr. Chambers, you want to mention our sponsor again?
Yes. On behalf of the National Newspaper Publishers Association, Make It Plain, we're very thankful for the coalition that's dealing to try to decrease the issue of Black obesity. Obesity is a serious problem in Black America, and we're thankful for all those various groups, including the National Action Network, National Health Group, and there's a bill pending in Congress that deals with obesity. We want to make sure that gets voted in by the Congress of the United States. So thank you for tuning in. We're live on the campus of Howard University.
Before we go, we have someone else is going to join us, Brother Quentin James of the Collective PAC.
Oh yeah,
and this was
one of the largest PACs,
and really one of our first successful PACs all around. Come on, brother, we're gonna get you Just come on and have a seat and make yourself at home. Hey, brother. How you, man?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. How's the family?
Good. Good.
Where are they tonight?
My wife is at Angela Alsobrooks' victory party right now.
Congratulations. That was one of your candidates.
That's a real congratulations.
And the kids are in the bed. Getting ready for school.
Well,
Man, we appreciate your leadership, brother. I mean, the fact that you and your wife have organized has helped to transform not only our aspirations, but our abilities to close on some of these elections.
Thank you. Thank you. Learn from the best, brother. Learn from the best.
Well, you know, we were talking earlier. Behind us is Frederick Douglass Hall, where Dr. Ron Walter's office was. And he used to say all the time, we don't have a pack. We need a pack. We need packs. So I know he would. We don't have a, but everybody else got that black folk in there, no pack. I mean, for years, that just, we couldn't conceive of doing something like that. But you did it.
And you know what's incredible? And first, welcome to Howard, everybody. I attended one of Dr. Walter's last lectures here at Howard when I was a student. And so that lesson for me was really taken seriously. And the idea that, you know, we're here now, possibly electing the first Black woman president who's a Howard Bison alum is incredible. And so just again, to your point, obviously rest in peace, Dr. Walters, but, you know, incredible.
His spirit and his legacy is still alive.
Well, first, let's touch base on some of your candidates tonight. Angela Alsobrooks. The race has also been called for Lisa Blunt Rochester.
Exactly.
So we'll get 2 Black women in the Senate. Anybody else we need to be looking for right now?
Unfortunately, we are seeing the race call for Ted Cruz in Texas. And so we did lose that race. Colin Allred fought an amazing fight. We're going to see what that margin was there and what we could have done maybe on the voter registration side or the voter turnout side. But again, I've been really impressed with Black voters coming out to vote tonight and sending a resounding message that we're going to show up and make our voices heard in this process.
So there's this story that's circulating right now, and nobody really believes it. But Yamis just shared it, that Trump got 20% of the Black vote in Wisconsin. How's that possible? I don't understand that.
It's an exit poll, right? And so we know exit polls are just small snapshots. Probably have 1,000 voters who voted. We're gonna wait to see the actual results and break that down. I don't think there'll be 20 points.
Milwaukee still has to come in here. That's a glimpse. That's an exit poll. It's not conclusive.
How you feeling about tonight?
I'm feeling good. You know, I think we got to remember to be patient. Look back 4 years ago, we kind of, you know, were again having the same kind of nervous feeling. But I will say kind of one thing that I'm looking at in Georgia, if you do a timestamp of 2020 to 2024, Donald Trump is underperforming where he was in Georgia at this time 4 years ago.
That's good news.
And so as people are kind of feeling nervous, understand those margins are going to come down to 20, 30, 40,000 votes in some of these states.
Yeah.
So you got to make sure every vote is counted and be patient in this process.
Yeah, no question about it. Now, right now, the Associated Press is reporting 51 to 47 in Georgia, but I don't know that Fulton County and everybody else is coming.
Exactly. This is where it was 4 years ago with an even bigger margin for Trump.
That's right. That's right.
And once those votes came in, and
it was a wrap.
In Atlanta and
Come
other
on,
cities,
Fulton County.
you know.
DeKalb, Fulton.
We kind of took a lead there. So, you know, we got to be patient. Let the votes be counted. But overall, we're okay. I know people are, you know, a little nervous. That's okay. But let's get every vote in. Let's be patient. Wait for these results tonight.
The other thing you did through this period was convene Win with Black Men. There was Win with Black women, and now we have Win with Black Men. And brothers met every Sunday night. And I have to believe,
and raised a lot of money.
Exactly.
Sure did raise a lot of money. But I have to believe that helped beat back some of the propaganda, because Black men were targeted to turn on our system.
Exactly. And look, the incredible thing is there's this narrative out there that are Black men going to show up, or they're supporting our sister. And it's almost like that call didn't happen that we had. A historic call of over 50,000 Black men raising $1.5 million 48 hours after the sister announced that she was a nominee. That happened, right? And that's never happened in presidential politics ever, even for Obama, not even for a great brother, Reverend Jackson. And so when we think about what that moment meant, it was an opening to the conversation that we had. And you got to give, again, kudos to the vice president
Yes.
for identifying a need from Black men and saying, I'm going to develop an agenda for you, the opportunity agenda for Black men. We've never seen that before. An actual policy document outlining what she wants to do, her commitment to our community and to Black men. And so I think that's also going to play a big part in tonight's results of Black men showing up to vote.
Yes.
It was just, again, a historic moment by seeing that agenda. And I think we're going to see the results tonight.
I think that's a very important point because the mainstream media has actually put down Black men. I think we're going to see some results tonight to show that Black men and Black women are together.
Exactly.
Yes.
Beat that back. Now, Arizona, 48% of the votes counted. She's ahead by 16,000 votes, 50 to 49. We knew that would be
16,000 votes. Right.
Phoenix hasn't come in.
But we also know, I believe in Arizona, don't we? Abortion was on the ballot.
Exactly.
That's correct.
So where we had that happening.
I wonder how the Senate race is in Arizona. That was a contested race.
Exactly.
Let's see if we can pull it. That's a good point.
Gallego
Gallego against Carrie Lake, who seems to be a little bit confused about. Well, no, maybe she's probably not confused. We the ones confused. We're trying to figure out what's going on. He's leading the race 53 to 45. Has not been called.
That's great. That's great. That's great news. That'll also help us.
Exactly.
Yeah, that'll help Carrie. We can use those votes. We're going to see what Pennsylvania is going to do, folks. So, man, you here for the night? You here for the duration?
I'm here. We are here. We are on the yard. Howard University. No better place to be tonight.
I was just here for homecoming a couple of weeks ago.
Exactly.
Well, did you make it back home?
I was here. Yeah.
I had to be here. My whole family either went to Tennessee State or Howard.
Right there.
And so I just wore a blue shirt. So I wouldn't get no trouble.
Let us have tonight. Y'all had the game last couple weeks ago.
That's right. That's why I wore a blue shirt. Quentin, thank you, brother.
Thank you for having me.
For all
Thank
you
for
do.
everything you all have done, man. Thank you all.
And you're not stopping. This folks, this is just another rung on the ladder. We're gonna win this tonight, but then we also know there are a lot of other things we have to do.
We got Black men running for governor, lieutenant governor in California, New Jersey next year. So we are right back into this thing in a few days. Thank you all.
Thank you, Quentin.
Appreciate you, brother. You the man.
Best wishes to your family, brother.
Yeah. So, folks, again, we're here on the campus of Howard University, and you can see Frederick Douglass Hall behind us, the hall named after the great abolitionist, and probably would consider to be our first politician in this country. He ran for president. Ran for vice president. I think he was on the vice presidential ticket. And so it's appropriate that we would be here in that name and in that memory, and that's why she's here. Very, very close in Pennsylvania, not close in Rhode Island. This is where we are. Folks, we're going to take a step away for a few moments, but then we'll be back. Don't go away. Continuing live coverage from the yard on the campus of Howard University, the Mecca, the alma mater
HU
of hopefully the next president of the United States, NNPA.
we will see, because I've been saying, particularly the second go round, Ben, the reality is this nation is going to show itself. It's really less about Trump this time around than the electorate, than this nation. And I think if indeed he wins a second term, that speaks a lot to who America is, not the myth of America.
That's right. The reality.
But who America really is.
And of all the white male presidents you can find, we caught up in the 34 time convicted. I mean, that's it. That is that's
but Andrew's right. But I think what that exposes is what's deep seated in the American consciousness. A lot of Americans have not gotten over the Civil War, have not gotten over the North, quote unquote, beating the South, have not gotten over the wealth that was built over the transatlantic slave trade. And this whole thing about immigrants, most nations of the world invite immigrants because diversity makes their economy stronger. And I think that the racist thing against the Haitians, and that's why I think that you asked about black folk, particularly black men. Are some of us susceptible to being targeted, being misinformed? Yes, but I think that's a very small proportion.
I think there is a sense of us being unseen, though.
Right.
Right. And so there are a lot of black men who have just checked out across the board. It really has nothing to do with anything other than being unseen. And that's by black women, that's by white folks, that's by society. And so I think what we're going to have to do out of this election, no matter who wins, is reassess where we sit as a people.
Yeah,
and really reassess what we deem is appropriate for our community. And we're going to have a long talk with both parties. This sense of being neglected by both sides is something that we've talked about for decades now. Yet we return to the well in hopes of drawing more water, and we get the same water in the bucket.
Well, and that's true, but I also believe a whole lot of folk are going to have some type of reckoning with themselves.
Yes.
White women voted for him in 2016. White women voted for him in 2020. Now your bodily autonomy is gone, and if he gets in, and folks, we ain't giving up yet. That's one of these. We just talked about this scenario. Even you ain't got nothing. It's over. Any Latino, the press was caught up in the Puerto Rican comment. That wasn't no shock to us. He talked about us like dogs all the time. Talk about everybody. But that resonated, and there was still some. Well, I'm still gonna vote for him. It's almost as if there's just a great deal, and maybe that is the problem. People are dealing with their own. There's an epidemic of internalized discrimination within, women, within Latinos, and to gravitate to someone is a zero end. It's really baffling. No, and you and I we can't go nowhere. If we've been convicted some 34 times, that would be the lead. His 34 time convicted.
Yeah,
his 34 times.
It's the lead. It's the lead to your interest.
Right. But to him, it's just like, that never happened.
Well, it's the media. Now, I'm for freedom of the press, but something's happened to journalism and how truth is reported versus lies. And I think that Trump has mastered, the manipulation of the media. He takes the oxygen out of the air every day.
Yeah.
Even if it's negative. There have been more mentions of Trump 1,000 times the mention of Harris or Ross or even Biden. And so, that's why he says these ridiculous things, because he knows he can get away with it. In fact, being endeared more. The more ridiculous he has become, the more he's endeared by that segment of the American population who wants to see a return to white supremacy.
I think what we're seeing too here is an illustration of what we will see after this election. There is a celebratory spirit in the air right now on Howard's campus in hopes of her winning.
Right. So,
if in fact that doesn't occur, the spirit of this thing will be like someone popping a balloon. And I think Black America will wake up if Trump wins and have that same sense of someone pop the balloon. And my reminder will be, you had an opportunity to blow that balloon up where it could not have been popped. You could have taken the pen away.
But you know, Ed, there's a historical precedent. In 1980, when Reagan won, it was the same fears. Oh my God, we're gonna have to leave the United States. This is it. It's over with. Now Reagan stayed there for 8 years, but the suppression of our aspirations was never totally successful. And I think that what you see out here in Howard tonight, you're right. We're either gonna have joy in the morning or sorrow. But our travail is how we deal with both the joys and the sorrow. Sorrow does not necessarily break us as a people. It reminds us what Freddie does. It's interesting. You got Freddie Douglass building in the background here. Freddie Douglass said freedom is a constant struggle. It's not a temporary struggle. It's not a one election struggle. It's constant. And so I'm hoping that no matter what the outcome is today, that we don't give up. That we don't get this breakout.
Yet then we should be realistic in the sense of our resilience as a people. Some strikes hurt more than others. Some push you back further than others. I think we are in that position right now to be hurt and pushed back in a way that we didn't see. My mother hated Ronald Reagan. Hated Ronald Reagan. To your point, Black America lived through Ronald Reagan. But there's a different sense of the body politic today that wasn't going on when Ronald Reagan won the presidency.
Well, and specifically, he was held, but we gave him hell too. Now you think about the Reagan legend, but we stopped Robert Bork. We overrode his veto against sanctions in South Africa. We got the King Holiday Bill. So that shows what we could do.
That's right.
If we decide.
And there was a spirit of being a conciliatory body on the Hill for one or two things between both parties. It was almost as if they said, well, we need to give the people something. What are we going to? That doesn't exist anymore.
Exactly.
We have 2 Black women in the Senate now. That's a first, and that's good news. It appears Sherrod Brown lost.
Yeah, looks that way. Looks that way, though. No surprise there. But to your point, that's an extraordinary victory. We should, no matter what happens, we should not lose sight of those 2 women running a great race and being in the Senate. With all due respect to House members, there's a big muscle there.
Yes,
there's a big muscle there.
That's a little different. That's the upper chamber. So with 59% in Wisconsin, 48.4, Trump 49.9. We knew some of these states would be really, really tight.
Well, Milwaukee,
and we should note that Milwaukee is going to be the last of those counted because of its size. So if she's close, it bodes fairly well. And as I said early on, it seemed that Democrats were comfortable with the idea of taking Wisconsin and taking Michigan. I will still contend that Pennsylvania is going to be that bellwether of that blue wall.
Arizona, only 3,000 votes separates them in Arizona. So
that's not bad, because the Phoenix vote also comes in late.
Yeah.
But let's be honest, you can take Arizona, she can take Arizona. If she doesn't win Pennsylvania, it won't matter.
Well, she would have to win
I'm gonna stick to what I said because that would be pulling a rabbit out of that hat with what she would have to do. Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona.
She'd have to win a couple of those states to offset Pennsylvania. I gotta believe Pennsylvania gonna come through. I gotta believe Philly is gonna come through. It just has to. Right now, it's about 200,000, but I don't think. And this is only 72% reporting. Well, that's not only. Now see here, Jill Stein got 23,000 votes. Lord have mercy. I don't know where Philadelphia comes in.
Again,
Philly's not in yet.
That count is going to be late. Some of it, they have a sense of they can get exit polls, but the actual count, and if it's tight, they won't know. The exit polls won't really matter. But if you remember, Pennsylvania and Philadelphia in particular were the hold up the last go round because they have an archaic means of counting.
Yeah, because I think they count the early votes in the mail-ins like
all of
week.
It's
they don't
archaic.
They don't do it right away. So, folks, we're watching this as you are. I know this has been a great source of anxiety for many of us. Of course, Illinois is in the bag, Washington, Oregon are in, and that's what put her in the position she's in now. So we're the Associated Press is saying 214 electoral votes for Trump, 179 for Kamala Harris. So neither has 270.
And people get nervous with these numbers when they hear it because it seems much bigger than it actually is. Because remember, Pennsylvania 16, I believe, 19. And so those shifts too in the change of the electoral numbers as demographics change.
So Georgia, again, about 100,000, 88% counted. I know the campaign here was counting on those Nikki Haley voters in Georgia. 157,000 Republicans voted for her in the primary in Georgia months after she dropped out. That's one. But what I reminded them of, folks didn't think about this. When he called Raffensperger, 11,000 votes, people just remember Raffensperger and say, no, but they don't remember the other part he said. He said, Mr. President, I can't find you 11,000 votes because 28,000 Republicans left the presidential line blank. They didn't vote for you. So the question then is, if 28,000 Georgia Republicans didn't vote for him in 2020, before January 6th, before all the convictions, why would they go back and vote for him now?
Well, the assumption is that matters to a bulk of them. I don't know that it does, quite frankly.
Yeah. Well, but if there was a reason not to vote for him the first time, and that other stuff happened, I mean, I don't know that you say, "Oh wow, I'm gonna vote for him now because he's caused insurrection and rape somebody."
But I also think that there is a sense of, and I think those that have that question don't really understand the importance for the white electorate, white folk, hearing someone who says, I'm going to keep your lifestyle no matter what. I'm going to stand in the breach no matter what. And I think that trumps, overtakes all this other foolishness. And because of that, what seems confounding to us at first blush, that second peel of that onion.
So, folks, we are waiting.
Look, I have faith that Detroit vote is going to come in.
Yeah, and I think that it's fair to say we can. I mean, nobody's going to do it on the network yet, but from what I gather, I've been talking to the clerk's office all day. I think she's going to take Michigan,
yes,
without question. They had a threshold of 49% since 2008. If Detroit's electorate came out 50% or above, with the high watermark being Obama's first run, 53%, Democrats always win. 2016, when Trump won, 49% of Detroiters turned out, and they lost the state. So they were, last I checked, hovering between 50 and 51%. So
NBC has Georgia too close to call, 51, 48.2. Chase Oliver, some independent, got 18,000 votes. I didn't know. I never heard of him. I don't even know who it is. 16 electoral college votes for Georgia.
Fulton County is not in.
Well, let's see.
Well, Fulton County's votes will be late because of the bomb scare. And so they kept the polls open later. And so we'll see what occurs.
The Secretary of State of Georgia reported that the bomb scares they've tracked came from Russia.
Yeah.
Aimed at those particular precincts where there was predominantly people of color. Black. So the Russians are playing in their play.
Look, Fayette, he's got a slim lead there.
I think it's going to be fair when we reach 12:30, midnight 12:30. I think that's when you can really start to look. Those numbers won't be in 100% at that point, but they'll be large enough that I think you can start to see a pattern, and you can make a little better of a prediction at that point.
Fulton has, according to NBC, they've got 90% in right now.
And what's her lead there?
It's about 230,000. So there's that other 10%. His lead overall in the state of Georgia is about 130,000 votes. So it's
What
going
about
to be
DeKalb
County in DeKalb. I don't see DeKalb. There it is. 88.7% in. She's got 4 times. She's 81%.
Yeah, and that's what it's going to be. I mean, again, it's these large urban areas that are going to make the difference in the states that would have to go in her ledger for this thing to be put in her victory column.
So we were reminded that 4 years ago, at the middle of the night, Biden looked to have been losing Georgia.
Yeah.
And then the next morning, that rectified itself. So I think we'll see some of that.
And let us remind people, it wasn't until Saturday.
That's correct.
After the election, the Saturday after the election, that you could even say who won.
That's
so
true.
We just have to be patient. And those that were supposed to do their duty. What time is it now? Even the West Coast is starting to move up on that.
Right.
So at some point, your opportunity has been here. Yeah. So the question is, did you do enough?
We got somebody from Detroit. There she is.
Hey y'all. Hey.
Hey, you're in Detroit, aren't you?
I am in Detroit. I'm actually sitting in a lobby between, we're hosting a watch party right now. We're tired. We've been all day out in the streets, taking people to the polls and popping up in different districts around Detroit and Dearborn. How y'all doing?
We good. We just looking at the numbers. Michigan looks good, so we'll have you to thank for that. Once it comes in.
There's a lot of people here, a lot of local folks that we collaborated with. And shout out, of course, to our brother, Pastor Mike McBride, because he connected the dots and had Until Freedom to work with some local groups here in Michigan. And we had a concert for the students at Wayne State last night. We also, just had a few events for them, even a conference allowed them to sort of curate their own conference to talk about the election and more. So we've been all over. We obviously worked, as you know, Mark, in North Carolina. We spent a lot of time in North Carolina over the last several weeks. So we put it all on the field, and we're not in panic mode.
No, can be. So what was the reaction as you were moving around with the young sisters and brothers? What kind of reactions and dialogue were you having?
Well, certainly the majority of young people understood the assignment. They were ready. had already voted. Many of them, especially the young women, they had already voted. The young men would say that they were going to take care of it, and some of them allowed us to take them to the polls. Certainly, I have to give a lot of credit to Dewana Thompson and Woke Vote in North Carolina because they had a very disciplined program that Until Freedom was able to plug into to do what we do well. And that collaboration was amazing. And I just have to give the Vote team so much credit because they have really, truly, truly worked all over the eastern area in North Carolina, and have really put it all on the ground. And so we did a lot of work there as well. And the young people were excited. They were voting. They were taking others. Some of them, most of them, there was no other choice. It was very clear. In terms of what they felt that their choice would be in this election. We didn't tell people who to vote for, but of course, you can't stop people from telling you, what they feel. And it was good. Of course, with there was some, of course, and we don't just go to campuses. We always go to the local community. And that's a little different when you get in a local community. You hear a lot of people who have different opinions, people who are feeling different ways. The majority, of course, are, especially when you're dealing with Black folks, are people who, again, had already voted, planned to vote, or was, singing the praises of Kamala Harris. But then there was some who had some issues that they raised that they wanted to talk about, and others who told us to get the hell out of their faces. They weren't voting at all. So, I think, as you stretch out beyond what is in many ways a very privileged space of a student being on a campus, you start to go deeper into the community, and then you start to, peel back the layers of other issues and trauma and things that really need to be addressed. So I think that was the feeling.
Yeah. Well, again, we're just all kind of here waiting. It's early yet, especially for Michigan. We're still competitive in Wisconsin and in Georgia and in Arizona
and in Pittsburgh.
and in Pennsylvania. So yeah, we're folks, don't be discouraged. This is not over yet. And let's be honest with ourselves. I think we all kind of knew this wasn't going to be wrapped up tonight. I think we wanted that. Everybody wanted to go to bed early tonight and be, wrapped up and thinking that everything was good. But that's just not the way it's going to go down. It's going to go right down to the wire.
So
Yeah,
Tamika,
I think
let's thank Tamika for all the work that you and your colleagues continue to do. I saw a lot of people saw you in North Carolina, had a great impact there. And I know you're in the Big D now, Detroit, and I got total faith that Detroit's gonna come in.
Of course. I believe that as well, certainly. And believe it or not, the time that we spent in Dearborn, I have to really give so much love to our sister Linda Sarsour, who has all types of emotions going on at the same time. I mean, the last week she's not been feeling so great on her stomach because of the anxiety of knowing that Trump should not win, being very, very disappointed by America and what it has done in general. And then, of course, this particular administration and what it has done to her people, the people of Palestine. And so, we went into Dearborn, had some conversations with folks, and people are very clear about the choices. And I think the thing for me is that no matter what happens tonight, the loss is that there are so many people who actually support the bigotry and the racism and the sexism and the fascism and the ideology of Trumpism. That for me is more of the concern. And it tells me that the work that we have in front of us is getting even worse, if you will, more intense. And I know that, of course, there was a time when it was worse than I could ever imagine, but we certainly are in a downward slope. And it's something that, it just gives me a lot of cause for concern about what we will do. And, one thing about it is I feel like the movement is sort of like sports where your lifespan is cut shorter in terms of your physical capabilities because of all the work that we put on our bodies. And I feel like as an activist, we put a lot of work on our bodies. So that stamina that's needed for some of us to continue to fight this stuff over and over again it starts to wear down. And I think that's what the real concern is. But I'm very proud of the younger folks that you, Mark, you and I counsel every day, from, Reverend Stephen Green to, of course, Mary Pat Hector and Tiffany Lofton, and the names go on and on and on, of all the young people across the country that we respect that are doing great work. And I believe that they will take the torch and continue with us still right there by their sides.
Yeah, that's good. That's got to happen. Would you?
I was just going to say, hey, Tamika, it's Ed Gordon. How are
Hey,
you?
Ed, hey there.
Listen, I just want to say, because I've got to go do what I get paid to come at you, but I do want to say, Tamika, before you got on, I agree with you 100%. I said literally a minute before you came on that this really is about this nation. It's less, again, about Donald Trump. I mean, we know who Donald Trump is, but it will speak loudly in a way I think that we have kind of forgiven, rationalized away. Not this time. And we're going to have to take a real heavy study in the mirror to ask what this nation is doing if in fact he wins.
Yeah, absolutely. And his fascination with him.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't let us mess up your
No,
money
don't
job.
mess up my paycheck. Good to see you.
Thank you, Ed.
Ed, love you.
It's on CBS.
I'm doing hits for CBS.
Congratulations. All right, brother. Thank you, man. And so yeah, Tamika. Well, now in North Carolina is still a little bit close. 47.9 in North Carolina and 50 for Trump. I don't know what county.
Charlotte, Mecklenburg hasn't come in. Eastern North Carolina, the black belt in North Carolina, Eastern North Carolina always comes in last.
So we need to look at Mecklenburg County.
Mecklenburg is in the west, but what Tamika and them were working in the eastern part of the state of North Carolina, Greenville,
Raleigh,
Raleigh,
Rapids, all of
right.
that. Yeah.
Roanoke Rapids, Rocky Mount,
That's,
all over.
by the way, my daddy's from Roanoke Rapids.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
All right. I see you got that North Carolina aspiration. That's great.
Her people were tight with the Sharons, with Rep. Sharon and his folks. So right now he's ahead of her by approximately 130 something thousand votes. He's ahead of her in
North Carolina.
Yeah. Now AP has actually it's called North Carolina, Dr. Chavis, with 89% reporting. The Associated Press has called North Carolina. Now, I don't know what I don't know what counties are still out there. I can't see. It's not showing me the counties.
The black belt is still out there. Well, AP, they do what they do.
Cornel West got 10,000 votes in North Carolina.
Yeah, it sure did.
Jill Stein got 21,000 votes in North Carolina. We don't have the breakdown of but what's interesting is the North Carolinians,
the governor won, Josh Stam won,
vote for a Democrat for governor and vote for Trump for president. Why would they do that?
I'm gonna get off with you guys. I'll be back on later.
Okay, Tamika, thank you so much.
Right.
Tamika, love you.
Love you.
All right. Why would they vote for?
I think that's the dilemma of American politics. Some of it is personality driven. I think a lot of people who vote for Trump are voting for his personality, not necessarily for the issues or the character in which he doesn't have much, but the character that he presents.
Yeah,
and that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it is. It is terribly unfortunate, and the fascination with that type of narrative, with that type of person. In Iowa, 87% in, obviously Trump is winning that, so that surge that was expected was not there for her. The other day, it was really big news all over the country that Iowa appeared to have been moving in the direction of Kamala Harris. She went up 3 in this poll. So, we just don't know about these polls. We don't really know what that's all about. So we're waiting, we're watching. We want to see where some of these other, how some of these other states and how some of these other races come in. Obviously, Donald Trump has been declared the winner in Texas. Now, Arizona, only half the votes are counted. Arizona has 11 electoral votes. 11 electoral votes. So waiting to see what comes in these other states. And whether or not this is a victory that can be pulled out for this Howard University graduate, where we are on her campus, campus of her alma mater. And so we're waiting to see how this can be pulled out.
And people are still here, Mark. Thousands of people on the yard here in front of the Frederick Douglass Hall on Howard University campus in the quad. The energy and enthusiasm is still up.
Indeed. Trump is apparently claiming that elected officials in Philadelphia have been cheating. Our friend Reverend Charles Williams is hosting a pray and watch party at Detroit's historic King Solomon Baptist Church. And they're having a watch party for tonight. So Maricopa, which includes Phoenix, has just reported its first votes. And that was about 30 minutes ago.
Right, that's where the most popular county. So, yeah. Look, I think Arizona's going to be okay for us.
Yeah. Colorado has passed a measure that would be a state constitutional amendment enshrining protections for abortion. So, and that's Arizona has it on the ballot too. The only place where that would happen is in Florida, and women would not vote for Kamala Harris. So they split. We're for abortion, but we want Donald Trump. I had a woman in the gym the other day on the treadmill come stand next to me and said he's not really against abortion. What are you talking about, woman? What do you mean he's not really against it? There's also this thing. Hey, Erica Lowe. There's also this thing of this belief that he's not really, he's just playing then. He's not really for the things he says he's for.
Right.
But
well, I think again, there's so much misinformation. A lot of people are misinformed, Mark, about what the real issues are.
Right.
And to me, actually that cuts across racial lines. I think the misinformation campaign has had its effect in this election.
Right. I definitely agree with that. So, folks, we are here on the campus of Howard University, waiting. As many more details, we'll bring them to you. Let me thank our technical producer tonight, the decision desk,
first class,
Haley Armando, who is putting the numbers at the bottom of your screen, so you're up to date on the bottom of the screen. We also want to thank our whole team here tonight for all their hard work. Rob Klein and Josh Klein, Justin Klein, and Beatrice, right? Beatrice is here. We thank everybody for their help and support and really getting us set up here. We thank everybody for getting us here. This great shot of Frederick Douglass Hall just behind us. When she does come out to speak, that will be the place from which she speaks, looking out onto the campus of Howard University on the yard. Yes, I'm talking about you, Haley. I'm talking about you. And we thank you for your help.
Mark, just let me share a word. I've known Rob Klein for a long time. He's an expert And part of the reason why the cameras look so well, the program is so well produced, we got a great team. So thank you, Mark, you were our point person in getting all this together and how, look at the location. We're right next door where our house is. Prime location. You couldn't ask for a better place on this historic night. And I want people to, to be patient. Don't lose hope. Keep those prayer lines going. The margins of victory are there. We just have to wait for the votes to come in and all the votes to be counted.
We most certainly are, folks. So I want to just take a minute and see where we are in Pennsylvania. It's about a 200,000 vote difference, and I'm not.
And Philly hasn't come in.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think Philly has come in yet. Something I need to know. Is it something I need to know? Is it something I need to know? You looking like you tell me.
They think Pennsylvania, we may know 98% by midnight. It's not 4 years ago.
Oh, for we may have an answer in Pennsylvania tonight. We may okay. Okay. You know you're on camera. You know you're on camera, but nobody saw the back of your head. Nobody saw the back of your head. So Pennsylvania is rumored. We may get the answers for Pennsylvania tonight. I don't know. I thought I'd heard earlier today.
Well,
they want to take their
they've
time.
improved how they count the votes, but I don't want any state to rush. Let's get this thing right so that every vote counts and that the will of the American people will be expressed.
No, that's very, very important. So, folks, we are here standing by, and I think we're going to be joined by a couple of other guests in just a moment or two. But continue to stay tuned here.
Yeah, let me give our commercial break before you take a break. We're very thankful to the National Newspaper Publishers Association to make it plain, and to all of the supporters that enabled the NNPA and Make It Plain to do this tonight live from the historic campus of Howard University. We thank the coalition that's trying to stem the tide of obesity in Black America. And shout out to Reverend Sharps and his op-ed that we quote. And we come back, we'll get some more details on that. But we thank everybody and all the publishers of the NNPA from across the country, from the West Coast, Southwest, the Midwest, the Northeast, the Southeast, and the Mid-Atlantic. We really thank all of you for staying with us from coast to coast as we broadcast live from Howard University. Thank you, Mark.
All right, thank you, folks. We'll still be here. We're not going to be gone very long. In fact, I'll still be here in this chair. I think Latasha Brown's going to join us in a moment or two. In fact, I know she is. So don't go too far. We'll be right back. In fact, the camera will stay on. We'll just be right here with you. I did just get a text about bomb threats. It appears. Oh no, this is. So there were some bomb threats. The question is whether or not there were any of these bomb threats were reported in any of the key battleground states.
Georgia,
that's right. That's right.
Particularly those precincts that were African American, that's what the bomb threats were. Georgia.
Bomb threats sent to polling locations in Wisconsin, Arizona, and Georgia.
Swing states.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in those particular states, ladies and gentlemen, and that, of course, too early to tell. The New York Times reports that The bomb threats that hit these states were not credible bomb threats. So, but folks, don't go far. We're going to have Latasha Brown joining us. Dr. Chavis and I are here, and we are again watching some of the election results as they come up across your screen. So we're all here again, and CNN has just projected that Donald Trump has won North Carolina, and that is a major battleground state. CNN is projecting that he has actually won the state of North Carolina. So that leaves us with Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. That's the projection as of now. Donald Trump has won North Carolina, which brings him a little bit closer to where we don't need him to be, but we will see. So we're watching that very, very closely. Michigan is still out. Pennsylvania is still out. Georgia is still out. Joe Biden won Georgia 4 years ago. So here we go. I don't think. Well, no Democrat running president has won North Carolina since Obama in '08. Yeah. So that's North Carolina. North Carolina, we need to come see y'all, have a conversation with you. And actually, the race in North Carolina is, I mean, it was still close to begin with. There's no question about that. It was still very close. North Carolina, Donald Trump projected to win with just over 200,000 votes more than Kamala Harris. So we're waiting to see, just hearing from Marcos. We're trying to see what some of these other numbers look like. Josh Stein, however, has won over Mark Robinson with by more than 700,000 votes. So we are expected to accept or believe that those who voted for Josh Stein, some of them also voted for Donald Trump. That's obvious. That had to have been what happened. I will say this: crazy Mark Robinson still got 2 million votes. There's still 2 million people in North Carolina who voted for him to be the governor. Crazy Mark Robinson still got 200. That's. Back in the Bay, founder, Daily Coast, founder of Civics with a Q, CNN, Marcos, Melissa, folks. CNN just called North Carolina for Donald Trump, Marcos.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen, and I'm sure Georgia's not going to be too far behind. So it is, I don't know what you guys have been talking about, but we really do need to prepare ourselves for the worst case scenario because it's a real probability at this point, I would say.
So what are you looking at in Georgia? Is there no hope?
I won't say there's no hope until all the votes are counted, but the math is incredibly difficult at this point. And that goes for Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I don't know that Trump wins them all or any of them, but he has a very, very good chance of winning all 3 of these states. And so I'm almost, prepare yourself for the worst. And if somehow Harris pulls it off, then we can all breathe a sigh of relief. But there's some real systemic, fundamental issues with our country that we're going to have to come to terms with, even if Harris wins. But it's not the country we thought it was. And that goes, I think, to my own Latino community, which has swung hard for somebody who overtly hates them and isn't shy of saying that. And if the exit polls are to be believed, then also with Black voters as well. And we are somehow losing this discussion, this debate for what our country should stand for, to the point that somebody as loathsome as Donald Trump is on track to probably win the election. So I don't even know where to begin with that. Absolutely devastated that we're even here at this point. And I'm not we gotta do another freaking resistance, and I'm not even feeling motivated to do that. I'm just, honestly, the way I feel right now is, if this is the America you want, see how you like it. I'll be fine in California, you'll be fine in New York, but a lot of people won't be. But this is what they're voting for, and I don't understand it, but we probably do need to understand it.
This is something else. Do we have any? So for African Americans, it was 20%. That was just in Wisconsin, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was in Wisconsin. I haven't looked at the national exit polls in a while, and my brain is a little mush. I don't know how you guys out there are dealing with it. I mean, what time is it over here? It's like 9 o'clock, and you guys, I don't know how.
It's going on midnight here.
Oh, almost, yeah.
So, and then the other question is, do we have any exit polls on what white women did?
The one I saw earlier at night was white women at 52% Trump. So not as much as 2022. Let me see, exit polls. Let me pull it up. National. Where are we at? Age. Liberal, white. I mean, the all right. So the national exit poll is Black vote at 12% Trump. So actually, that kind of, I think he was at 8% 4 years ago. Latinos 53-45. Harris. That is a travesty.
Latinos are what?
53-45. 45% of Latinos voting for Trump. So white women, let's see, white women 52-47.
For Trump?
Yes. Yep, nope. They did their thing.
Speechless. Well, no, I shouldn't be. I mean, that's what they voted for 2 other times before.
Latino men 53-45 Trump.
We have a problem with women in this country in leadership.
That's what we said. That's why they voted against Hillary.
Yeah.
It wasn't that she ran a bad campaign. She won the popular vote but lost the electoral college. No.
Yeah.
So this is consistent. That's not a gender divide, but this is almost a denial of the equality of women.
Yeah, how much of this is sexism? They
some of these women themselves, though.
Yeah, 2016, everybody said, "Oh well, Hillary, she's unlikable." Kamala Harris was likable.
Yeah, but I mean, they still did a number on her. I mean, I ran into 3 women just this week who just didn't like her, but couldn't tell me why. Same thing with Hillary. Remember, they said there's something about her. What is it? What is it about her?
Yeah.
Versus someone, the 3 of us sitting here could, be convicted of sexual assault, get all these convictions and be heroes. We wouldn't be allowed to do that.
Yep.
And it's interesting. I mean, I'm looking at these states as they come across the screen. Thanks again, Haley. So they're cheering for something out here. What is that, Keith? Can you tell what that is? Something just happened. Did something get called for us?
Nope. Nope. I don't know what it would be.
Now, Marcos, what do you know about Pennsylvania? They usually have this kind of, Ed Gore was just saying this.
Philadelphia's late.
Huh?
In Pennsylvania, Philadelphia is always the last vote to come in.
But they always had this other thing in Philly where they count the early votes or the mail-in votes like a week later or something. I think so. I don't know whether that.
I mean, it's not. Yeah, I mean, the problem with Pennsylvania is we're down 200,000. Philadelphia is 70% in. Looks like we may net another 150,000 there. Allegheny's almost all in. That's Pittsburgh. Scranton's already all in. Dauphin, which is Harrisburg, is not going to give it. Like, it's hard to see where you make up the margins. And what's kind of scary is that, you know, we had this record turnout in Philadelphia, right, that we're all celebrating. Big chunk of that turnout is Latino vote. And a Latino in the exit polls is 40%. So we were probably turning out Trump voters. So Philadelphia's coming in ginormous for Harris. It is, but do we get the margin that we need if you know, it's looking tough. And a lot of it is you're right. There's like mail stuff that I don't know has been counted. There's but it's a 200,000 vote deficit.
What about the Senate race? The Senate race in Pennsylvania.
Where are we at on the Senate? I mean, the Senate's, you know, we lost the Senate. Weirdly enough, the House is still in play. But let me see. The Senate in Pennsylvania, down 100,000. That one, I think Bob Casey can pull it up. 100,000 with big chunk of billion. That's doable. Down 50,000 in Michigan, but only less than half is in. I actually feel pretty decent about Michigan. Tammy Baldwin's losing slightly, but Milwaukee always comes in late. And half of Milwaukee hasn't come in yet. So there's I think there's a good chance we pull off our three. But Sherrod Brown lost the election, and that's a huge loss, not just numerically, but Sherrod Brown is one of the greatest progressive champions in the Senate. That's a huge loss.
What was the margin in that race?
Which one?
For Sherrod Brown. Yeah.
About 4 points. So not particularly close.
Yeah. I kind of had braced for that. We were afraid of that about him.
That Fisher just took the lead in Nebraska. There's a lot of Omaha and Lincoln still outstanding. So there's a chance. The raw vote total is only 9,000 votes. So there's a chance there that we may pull off like an upset in Nebraska. But man, this is not a situation like. I'm going to say I was convinced that Trump had broken the Republican Party, and he had cost him so many elections in a row that thought this would be kind of his swan song, and Republicans would realize, oh, you know, MAGA's not our thing. We're not going to be racist a-holes. This just validates them. Like, they're either sweeping all the races they need to sweep, or they are coming very, very close to doing so. So they may have, at this point, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. I mean, they may have 54 seats in the Senate, and the map's not looking good for us in 2 years. Now, it'll be a different climate, of course, in 2 years, because all these people that think they voted on inflation, like, they really voted for Trump to absolutely crater the economy so that Elon Musk can come in and, I don't know, his crypto bros can buy everything up for cheap, and the richer will get richer. And then you're going to have RFK taking fluoride out of water. So we're going to have dental epidemics, and polio is going to make a comeback. Like, this is nothing about this is good. And they're going to be able to lock in the Supreme Court for I don't know, generation or two. So barring this miracle, we're in for some real tough days ahead. And I am fucking pissed at this country. So.
But lastly, but let me ask you this, because Arizona, we didn't talk about Arizona. That's still in play.
Yeah, but it's not enough. Like Arizona and Nevada, it's not enough. We lose Pennsylvania, we would need more than that. So,
so what do we need, Marcos? We need Pennsylvania.
We need Pennsylvania.
And then we can take either the other two, Michigan or Arizona or Nevada or something like that.
Yeah, and then Nevada, Arizona, yeah. But we need Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is the key right now. And right now it's not looking great.
Okay. All right, man. We'll check back in. You staying up?
I mean, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can go to sleep. I don't know if I can ever go to sleep again. So, but
right,
yeah, I think we need to prepare for the worst and figure out what that means about our country and what we're gonna do to bring it back from this precipice, because this is not a good place for our country to be. So, thank you, Mark, for everything. Appreciate you.
All right,
Appreciate
Marcos. Take care, man. Thank you. All right.
Bye-bye.
All right, Derek Johnson, president of the NAACP, joining us here on the set as we are live at Howard University on this historic occasion. My brother, how are you?
Pretty good, man. How you doing?
Fine. How you feeling right now?
Well, we knew it was going to be a late night, and here we are.
Late night, that's
Yeah.
But look, I want to thank Derek and the NAACP for all the hard work they've been doing across the country, not only in the battleground states, but across the country. And I think we all realize the importance of the Black vote, the importance of communities of color, but also the importance of whites and Blacks working together to improve our country. And so, Derek, just thank you, man, for your leadership.
Thank you.
You and you all were doing a lot in the past couple of weeks in terms of turning out the vote. Tell us how that went.
Well, I mean, the proof is in the pudding, right? So as we await in key areas, we always knew that the rural areas come in first. Those boxes are smaller, they're easier to count, therefore you get the reports. Now we're waiting on the urban boxes, and those urban boxes are oftentimes larger, takes longer to count, and here we are, whether you're talking about Milwaukee, Detroit, or Philadelphia. And so we knew it was going to be a late election. It was late in 2020, it's late now, and let's be encouraged that the outcome will be something that will benefit not only the African American community, but our democracy.
Yeah, absolutely. We hope so. And you also, I think you all did a poll with HIT on Black men, and the needle moved, didn't it, toward the end?
So let's be clear. The Black male narrative was an implanted narrative that we start repeating without any evidence that it was a true narrative.
Okay.
In every election cycle, people, they don't start paying attention to after Labor Day. And so we start forecasting a negative before people even knew that the election was taking place. And why after Labor Day is because that's when you see the lion's share of the investments in terms of media and campaigning on social media and broadcast media and cable media. And so one of the things we wanted to show is that narrative is something that we should not be looking at. The real narrative here is, one, African Americans under 50 need to be persuaded. People need to talk to them because they don't receive their information on the traditional ways that you and I and Dr. Chavis receive it, broadcast news or cable news. They're getting it off of social media. Two, many of those individuals, because our median age is 32, they grew up in a time where there were no civics, there was no government, so they don't completely get the roles of government and the levers of power. But thirdly, when we start repeating other people's negative narratives, we reinforce the negative outcome. And so we did the research to say, okay, what's really going on here? And what we found is under 50, male and female, they didn't feel like they was heard, no one was talking to them. And people need to start working towards persuading the Black community, not just mobilizing the Black community to go out to vote.
That's very, very important. But your findings were obviously that was not as widespread as what was being reported.
It was disproved, right? That as time went on, once we crossed the threshold of Labor Day, when people began to tune in, when folks understood what was at stake, when folks started looking at the public policy options on the table, it was less about the candidates and more about the public policy alternatives and how that would impact our everyday lives.
Yeah. No, that's very, very important. And I know you all deployed troops in some of these battleground states too.
We still have people on the ground in Milwaukee, Detroit, Philadelphia, North Carolina, Atlanta, Arizona. We fan it out across the country. We did grants about $6.4 billion to groups, some of which were not even NACP groups. Over half were not NACP groups in those local areas. Why? Because in this election cycle, it's about the whole of the Black community. We don't have time for organizational supremacy. We have time for organizational outcome.
Yeah, no, that's very, very important. Well, we're all watching this as closely as we can, folks, hoping for the best. It's still early. And as we said 4 years ago, Joe Biden, we went to bed that night. Joe Biden had not won Georgia.
That is correct.
And I don't think it was clear until like Saturday.
In 2008, Barack Obama had not won North Carolina.
Yeah.
So this is consistent. The elections are won by inches, not miles. And so as we continue to look at outcomes and as concerned as we should be as equally optimistic, because at the end of the day, we won't know the outcome because we had historic numbers of early votes, absentee votes that have yet to be counted.
Yeah. Well, my brother, thank you for stopping by and checking with us. It's still early in Wisconsin. I don't know whether Milwaukee has come in yet or not. Probably not.
I think your last verse said it's fine. Everything is Pennsylvania. And so we have to take a look at how Philly continues to come in, how Allegheny County and Pittsburgh continue to come in, and Harrisburg continue to come in. That's all eyes is on Philadelphia. I spent a weekend there. Former Governor DePaul Patrick and I, we did 4 churches because all eyes is on Pennsylvania.
Right now, 84% reporting, 47.7% Harris, 51.3% Trump. So we're watching this, folks. All right, my brother. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming through.
Thank you, man.
Good to see you, brother. All right, Derek Johnson, president of the NAACP. 2 presidents, former president and current president.
That's right.
At the NAACP.
And let me tell you, Dr. Shaver was the national president when I was the state youth president.
That's right.
And we were only 5 years apart.
That's right. All right, my man.
All right.
That's right.
All right.
Folks, we're still here at on the campus.
Thank you,
Hey, Harris. I'm speaking here. Man, how are you? It's Harris Sims, y'all. Good to see you. All right. Oh, where is Latasha? Let me try to get her. I'm gonna go try to get Latasha Brown. Beatrice. We'll get Beatrice. You see this young lady in the blue over there? Go get her attention, please, if you don't mind. I guess Latasha's coming. So Latasha Brown is here. Black Voters Matter. They've been working hard. We want to see where this comes through. Arizona is closing 52% in. I guess that's because Phoenix is coming in and whatnot. The crowd is still here, y'all. Still here, still getting it.
Next door is breaking down.
Huh? So yeah, we're gonna give Natasha what's going on. Hey.
Hello, Tasha.
Have a seat. Join us, please. And George is getting a little bit tighter. Y'all leaving? Look, y'all say hi. No, right there. You on?
Mark Thompson is the best. We love you, Mark Thompson. And everybody stay positive. I'm so jealous because y'all have Latasha Brown on with you. But I still, yeah, but I love LB. She knows. But I still feel good about tonight. I still think, I think there's a path to victory, and I think she's going to win.
It's closing up a little bit in Georgia. It's closing up a little bit.
Yeah, Georgia's
No. We can't give up. Can't stop, won't stop. Tiffany Cross, y'all.
Yeah.
So now, hi. How you?
Listen, we in the cut. I'm believing. Listen, I am still standing in this space. I'm keeping the faith. I'm keeping the faith.
The God factor.
It's a God factor. That's exactly what I said. That's why I was like, I'm keeping the faith.
Pennsylvania.
But I think it says something. Yeah, Pennsylvania. I think we still got Pennsylvania. We still got Michigan. They have not called Nevada yet. I don't think.
No. But you said what you about to say? It says something.
I think it says something about this country.
That's right.
Regardless of whether she wins or not, it says something about this country. That this man to be this close says something about this country. Because really, this election is not just about these candidates. It's really whoever it is a reflection of who America is.
What is it? I don't.
It's racism. It's called racism.
But
and sexism.
But Latasha, they can find racist candidates who don't rape women and call women trash.
Right, but you can also, but there's been shit. What we're underestimating, this is a country that white privilege and white positioning as it relates to power has been just solidified throughout history. This is the first time that they are now on the brink of becoming a minority in this nation, right? That this nation is younger, it is more diverse in terms of color and nationalities and people. And because of that, what we know is literally what we confused about, they ain't vote for Trump. There are people that are voting literally for the protection of white privilege and white power. That is what this is about. And so ultimately, he wears that as a badge of honor. He says the quiet things out loud. And so while, people, publicly, it's not polite. Here's someone who has insulted women. That is a particular kind of mindset. To say that, he's not just saying that, he's a marketing person. He ain't just saying that because it's crazy for him to say that. He's saying that because he knows that speaks to some folks who actually fundamentally believe that women are less than. There are some people that fundamentally believe that only white men should have control. There are people in this country that fundamentally believe that they should be the defining a leader of this particular nation, and the rest, everybody else, should be in service of them. So that's what we're up against. What we're up against a consciousness. We're up against a history of white privilege and white power that has never been threatened. This is a space to threaten. Every time there has been progress in this country, has there not been a backlash?
That's right.
That's always.
Always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You enjoy,
but it is dismantling. Like even in this moment, because even in this moment, as when you get to the point that you got to depend on somebody like Trump to protect your interests, your stuff falling apart, right? So at the end of the day, so yes, while there is, we're going through this experience and as damaging and hurtful and painful as it is to watch, isn't this in alignment what America has done? Isn't this in alignment with folks, this group of folk have done? And so ultimately, I think what we have to really recognize that part of this pushback, I think this is Custer's last stand. Custer fighting now.
Yeah,
But this is Custer's last
it has
stand.
to be Custer's last stand. Ain't
Right.
no other.
There's no other.
Ain't no other way for it to go down.
Right.
You were on the Black Voters Matter bus in Georgia this weekend. What kind of reaction did you get in the place you were in?
You know, the people who were on our bus tour, you know, folks, they were excited. You know, I'm really like, Georgia is, I'm sitting with my understanding of Georgia, right? Because I really expected, I'm disappointed. You know, I'm disappointed with the numbers of what I'm seeing in Georgia. And it was high voter turnout. So it's, you know, we just got, it's still the South.
But how does a state like Georgia elect Ossoff and Warnock and turn out Herschel Walker, and then vote for this clown?
Well, that's why I want to see what the number breakdown is, because like I said, it's a different, what we are really underestimating is we're literally underestimating how the loss of power makes people react, right? Because in one thing about a Senate race, there's another thing when you're talking about the highest office in the land, and there being a Black woman as a highest office in the land, that's a different kind of ball game that you're up against. And so I just think that we don't need to underestimate what this is really about. This really is about the positioning of power and literally around who will go forward. Like once you start breaking these ceilings around, and there's a woman as president, ain't no going back on that, right? There's no going back on that, right? And so they know that, right? There are people that know that, and they will fight to the death of that. This is the same, like, let's be clear now, this is the same region that like hundreds of thousands of people died for an institution that they didn't even have the money to participate in, the institution of slavery. So white privilege is almost like a drug to some folks, and power, right? And this idea of maintaining this social order, we underestimate how entrenched that is in this nation.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a fear of the power brokers.
Absolutely.
For the Washington Post not to endorse Bezos' ballot.
Over 100 papers. Actually, it's been over 100 papers across the nation that refused to endorse. Right. But what's interesting is the Washington Post, and my understanding is the editorial board had agreed that were making an endorsement.
That's right.
Right. And the powers that be,
that's right,
Bezos got involved. And so we saw that and changed it. Also, we saw that, I think, at LA Times, I think I read something at LA Times. This is really about the protection of power. We so confused about it. Has always been about that, right? It just so happens that in that process, there's policy that we get out of it. There's resources, distribution of resources, but this is fundamentally around the protection of power and the ingraining of white privilege always to be in control of that power. That's what this is about.
And you alluded to something else too. There seems to be folks just trip off of a woman. It's like this is every other country in the world.
But that's about power also.
That's about power.
I'm saying, but specifically that every other country in the world, just about civilized and some not so civilized, has elected a woman leader. And this is supposed to be the most sophisticated country in the world.
And we will too. Listen, I'm telling you, until Jesus tell me it's over, it ain't over. I'm sorry.
But even if it to be this close,
right?
Well, now Marcos just told us that the exit polls say white women went with him again.
Oh, wow.
52-48. So again, that's the problem. Something got to be done about that.
Wow.
Well, again, you know, we will dissect and analyze what happened. But the election's not over yet.
That's what I'm saying. Come on, that's what I'm saying.
Let's don't throw in the towel.
No, it's not over yet, but it's over for white women because if they voted for him, if she wins,
well, I'm not.
And so
yeah, I'm not either. So I want us to.
It's turned over to exit polls. I mean, I don't have a lot of faith.
I agree.
You have more faith in white women than exit polls?
No, I have more faith in votes.
I'm just saying that exit polls across the board are only a glimpse at that particular time, and we're always underpolled. We're always underglimpsed, you know. So, hey, and I look, I'm not turning in on the God factor.
Me either. I'm with it.
I'm with it too.
It ain't over till it's over. I think that there's a greater analysis that we can have after this that we really should talk about. But I also want to lift up all of the brothers and sisters that are listening out there, because I want to keep them lifted up. Y'all, resistance is not fruitful. That at futile. Like ultimately, what we got to really recognize is that we are making strides. Like there is a sister. I don't care what there is a sister at the top of the ticket that is giving like this whole institution of whiteness hell. Now we don't want to think that's a big deal that we're even in this space. We should be in a further place, right? And I am hoping and prayerful and believing that she is going to win. But ultimately, we've got to recognize we've never dealt with the institution of racism in this country yet. This is a country that we can't even have a real honest conversation about reparations in this country, right? That tells you where racism is. Even if she wins, that still tells us where racism is in this country.
That's absolutely true. No, you're right. It's something going on here. We cannot continue to sweep it under the rug.
No, we can't.
It's got to be addressed. We're gonna have to deal with it, y'all.
We got to deal with it.
Well, look, I just want to, before we leave, Black voters matter. It's made a big difference.
Thank
you. Thank you for your leadership. Look, man, I know this sister when she was very young, growing up in Alabama. Listen, I'm so proud of what you and others have done and continue to do.
Thank you.
So I don't want us to get our spirits going.
That's what I'm saying. Come on.
Continue to stand up, speak out, and anything. We have to draw the learnings. What did we learn from this election?
What did we learn from this election? I agree. I do think that I want to lift up something because I don't want, because there's some white women that I've been working with and organizing around this election that I'm so proud of. Right? No, I'm serious. I have seen that there is a new coalition rising up in this country. Right, that are made up of people of color, of white folks, of rural people, of urban folks, of Black, Latinos, all across AAPI. So I don't want us to marginalize. We can't throw, because there is a group of folk who are on some other stuff right now. It can't overshadow that there is a new coalition of people that are organizing themselves and lining up more than I've ever seen in my lifetime to really be able to come together. And so we got to note that up. That's the good news.
But I just want to say it. My tone is because I was radicalized the day after she got on the ticket. I was on the white women for Harris Zoom call.
Got it.
And them white women wore each other out. They called each other to account. They said, we got to do this because we didn't do it.
Right.
So I know some of them. I know some of the ones you talking about.
That's right.
They gonna go get the others.
They gonna go get them.
They gonna go get them. But I'm just saying.
But there's still work to be done. That's why I think we severely underestimate how white power and white privilege. Y'all, this country been in existence, what, 400 years? 400. What is it?
76.
What is it? 400?
250.
250.
I mean, well,
It's coming
the
about
process about 250.
But
you got what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm way off. I say 400 from 1700. I'm tired, y'all. Don't
No,
make
you're
no
thinking
sense.
about us. 16,
I'm thinking about 1690. I'm thinking about us, right? But as a country, like we've got 2.5 centuries as a country that literally racism has been the predominant power center. So I don't expect 12 years or 20 years for that to just dissipate and go away. We got to do the work. We've got to do the work. And I do believe the good news is there's a generation of young folks that are coming along. They have a whole different kind of orientation, political orientation. They have a whole different kind of orientation around race and gender and power and all of that. And that gives me hope. So in this moment, we still got to deal with what we're dealing with, right? And it's still hurtful and painful that we're in this place. But I don't know what you said. My last word that I'm going to say tonight is I believe. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win.
Latasha Brown, Black Voters Matter.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Always good
I
to see you.
appreciate you.
Always good
All
to
right,
see
love
you.
you, my brother.
All right. You look great too. Thank you for everything you do.
I appreciate y'all.
Thank you for everything you do. Marcos is back. Marcos has an update for us.
I do.
Hopefully some good news. I don't know.
No good news. I wish I had that energy and that optimism. I'm sort of resigned at this point that we're just gonna have to be again in the resistance. And Ellie Mistal, our good friend Ellie,
Right.
He's like, black people did their job. I hope he wrote something like, I hope you Latinos and white women like getting deported and not being able to have abortion. And there is a weird sense of resignation about this election. Is different because in 2016, kind of Trump came out of nowhere, right? People didn't really know who he was. He was a showman, blah, blah, blah. People know who he is now. They've seen him for the last 9 years. They knew exactly what they were voting for, and they decided that that's what they wanted. That kind of chaos and disruption and destruction was what they voted for. And it's hard to feel sorry for people who voted for it. It's too bad that good people are going to get hurt. But
well, look, I think we have to learn from it. I mean, history is something that you have to extract a learning from. And I think this election is going to cause, hopefully, the majority of Americans to have some rethinking, to realize whatever opportunities were missed, but not, I don't want people just to become hopeless. I think that not only in terms of resistance, but organizing, mobilizing, I think we have to be consistent and not just wait for the next presidential race. I think there's a lot of stuff we have to do with these local communities. Some people did win tonight, and so everything is not just at the top of the ticket. It's all the way down. But certainly the top of the ticket is important.
We probably won the House, and that would be, we would have Speaker of the House Jeffries. That's a big deal.
That's amazing.
So you think we did win the House, Marcos?
I mean, not yet, but I think it's looking good for us to win the House. Like, I would say Democrats are favored to win the House right now.
Right. That's a great thing. So look, the election is not over yet. The votes are still being counted. So let's be vigilant until we find out.
And that's fair, but I will say, if there's a miracle and we wake up in the next couple of days, the votes are there, Harris is president, we're also going to celebrate. We're going to celebrate so freaking hard. No doubt about that. That does not negate the fact of how much support Trump has and what that means for our country. And I know you're not disagreeing. I'm not saying that. I'm not debating you. I totally agree. And what you said earlier, I forget how you said it, but we need to start listening to people better. And we need to meet them where they're at and start to rebuild that trust as a party, because so the ad that really, I think the one factor that really won, if Trump wins, and the reason it's this close, is that ad of Kamala Harris talking about paying for transitions for prisoners, right? That literally moved numbers. Everybody admits that was probably the election right there. And it doesn't matter how many crazy things Trump said, right? She got held to a different standard. Democrats get held by a different standard. What all of that, right? It is what it is. But we need to get away in a lot of ways from this idea that you need to cater to my narrow interest. I mean, we're talking two people, probably two prisoners got transitioned, and we're going to lose the election because of that. Why was that a question? Why is that a thing? Like, we need to focus on the big thing.
Part of it is the media. Keep in mind is what the media focuses on.
But she was asked that question at a forum. Our friends, our allies.
I understand, but I'm saying is that part of the deep-seated nature of the American consciousness right now, the media is also partly responsible.
Absolutely.
For giving all that airtime. I'm talking about free airtime to the extremism, and that In fact, in order to get media time, now you have to be at the extreme. You have to do something crazy in order to get media attention in America today. And that's something that also has to be rethought. The accountability of what we put out on the airwaves, the accountability of what we focus on, and that not only lifts people up, but what pulls people down.
Yeah, but there's a saying washing too in the media, right? It's Donald Trump says racist, sexist things, and the media's like, Donald Trump, pointed barbs at Harris. Like, say it. And it was at the very end that they finally got around to starting to call it what it was. For whatever reason, they were afraid to say he lies. He's racist, racially tinged comments, or racially adjacent in the vicinity of racism. No, he's a freaking racist. They could not call that. And there's also this ecosystem of right-wing media organizations, a lot of them now with these male world, young men targeted fascists, the Andrew Tates and the Joe Rogan. We have nothing like that on the left. There's no appetite to fund it. Like Daily Kos was never a recipient of big donor money and Soros money or whatever else, because they don't value that. They think the New York Times is liberal media. They buy into that bullshit idea that the New York Times is liberal, and then the New York Times sits there and sane washes Trump the entire freaking election.
Yeah, they did. They sure did. They let it happen. They let it happen. So it looks like, Marcos, we are on the cusp. We're in this space we're in, and there are lights here. Is she going to speak? Is that what they're saying? She's going to speak in less than 10 minutes, and they're going to make us turn out our lights. That's how I know she's going to speak, because they want us to turn our lights on because they're right in front of her.
Don't envy her.
Yeah, so I don't know what she's going to say at this point.
Well, she's a trooper. I mean, the election not over with, Mark. She's not going to make a concession.
No, yeah, you count all the votes for sure.
Right. Count all the votes. So, Marcos, we thank you, buddy.
I don't know how you guys are still going this late in the in the night. I'm in California and I'm dead.
I know you're tired, man. I know I'm exhausted.
Freedom is a constant struggle.
It really is.
Right.
I appreciate you guys.
All right, man. Talk to you tomorrow, okay?
Yep. Good night.
Thank you, buddy. All right, good night. Marcos Melissa's with us. We're going to turn her light. So, Dr. Chavis will carry her speech. Let me just try to get a couple things squared away here and see what's going on. That's the plan right now. I guess, well, she can't concede. It's not over.
That's what I'm saying. No.
That wouldn't make any sense. So that is that's where we are, everybody. We are waiting. It is not over yet. We will wait until all of the votes are counted, and we're going to have faith and believe that Georgia and elsewhere will come through.
Congratulations again to now Senator-elect Alta Brooks.
That's right. Isn't that great? So in about 5 minutes, our lights will go down. We're going to do our best to get you the feed to watch Kamala Harris speak. Here on the campus, again, this is historic unto itself. We're on the campus of her alma mater, Howard University. And I'm sure she will come out and speak to her supporters and quite possibly give us all a bit of hope, which we could stand. But there is obviously a lot of work to do in this country, or in this place we call America. Georgia, that the gap is shrinking, but just don't know how much it will sustain or when it will correct itself. We are anxious to see. So those of you, we just went back live on Instagram. Those of you watching us on Instagram, any minute now, Kamala Harris is going to come and speak. When our lights go down, our backs are to the podium where she will be speaking. Still tied in Arizona. Tight.
That's good.
49% in Arizona.
Because, again, the Phoenix vote, the urban voters comes in later now.
Indeed.
So, we knew it was going to be a long night. And tomorrow may be a long day.
No question about it.
All those states are too close to call.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense.
So NBC News is saying Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota too close to call. And those are all important states in those states.
And in each one of those states, there's the urban vote that's always the last to come in.
All right, so what we're doing now is we're just turning the lights off. But I'm staying live to carry the feed. Right, okay.
So we need to cut the lights off.
5 minutes.
So we want to thank all of our viewers tonight for staying with us, staying with the National Newspaper Publishers Association, Make It Plain. And again, we thank the coalition of people that want to deal with the question of an issue, serious issue of obesity in Black America to help provide the financial support so we could do this live broadcast for all these hours on the campus of Howard University. We thank Reverend Al Sharpton, we thank Nan, and we thank SCLRC. We thank all of the groups that work together to bring this about. And we want to thank all of our viewers. And we're going to carry Vice President Kamala Harris' speech live right here on blackbritishUSA.com, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Thank you so much.
Thanks again to our crew. Haley Armando is remotely working with us and for us. Rob and Justin Klein, and we are thankful to everyone that is here with us. Beatrice as well. Thank you.
So. When the lights go off, we're just going to broadcast the speech.
Whenever she comes out, I mean, I guess she's coming out right after, so we'll just sit here in the dark till she comes out. I tell you what, we're going to do this, folks. We'll go ahead and pause now. Pennsylvania is tightening. We're seeing that. She's 2 percentage points behind. We got to get all the votes in, get everything counted. Everything counted.
Arizona's tied.
Arizona 49% for each candidate.
And only 50% of the voters. That's positive.
Yep. Georgia is getting a little bit tighter. What a race she has won in no time. in what, basically 100 days, to put a campaign together, put an apparatus together, and to try to win. And I guess everyone was right when they said Biden had to drop out. We would not be here if Joe Biden stayed on that ticket. Dr. Chambers?
Well, the truth is, he dropped out and then endorsed Kamala Harris.
That's right.
Kamala Harris would not be here if it wasn't for Joe Biden.
Oh, no question about that. That's true. No, we're thankful for what he did. We're thankful for what he did. All right, our lights are going out, folks.
Thank you, everybody.
Stay tuned for the Vice President's speech in just a little while, y'all. Where'd Dad go? Glad Jerry came on. What are they saying now? It's called the dead fish in Nebraska. No, she's not speaking. All her fish. Well, they told us to turn our lights off, but she's never really speaking. Gone. Yeah, she can't.
say nothing. It's too close to call anything. I don't know. I see, brother, man. I'm listen. I do not want that man nowhere near the way. And he's supposed to be sentenced on the 26th of this month anyway. So, now, what case is that? It's New York. New York. He can't pardon himself. No. So, at least you knew just presented to Georgia. He's about to announce it now. Just clear out of here. All right, I'm blessed. I'm trying to find these folks. Okay.
Pennsylvania. If you don't win Pennsylvania, that's it.
Votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
A short and to the point statement from